Well, hello everybody out there in Hash Church world, and welcome to episode 73. Now, the 73rd episode of Hash Church. How exciting is that? Very stoked. I'm just going to do my few things that I need to do. Of course, I'm going to mute the chat in YouTube as once the live stream starts. There it is. I'll mute that so we don't have to hear that. And then I will go and I will send out our links. We got Rob, Clark, and Mr. Skunkman Sam. Those are those links. And now I'm going to be sending out links to a unique group this morning. Not the same as our everyday group, but definitely, I think, good people to come in and discuss this particular topic today. Of course, it is episode 73, and I've spoken about this for a while that I wanted to do an episode that was focused on, okay, to start over, anyone that knows the bubble bags will know that our original system was a 3-bag system, and it was a 220 bag and a 73 bag. We eventually had a 25 bag added as well. And welcome, Jeff Church, Bubble Ambassador from back in the day. I'm glad that he was able to come in because Jeff was one of the old school dudes from back in the day that used to buy the bags and really promote them down in California. I bet you he was one of the first people to actually promote the bags in California on a wholesale level. He would buy 20, 30 sets of bags, and then he would go and share them with his friends and produce absolute quality. And welcome Skunkman Sam, who of course goes back a little further than me and Jeff in this whole game. But how are you guys doing today?
Doing well, doing well. Good morning, Bubbleman. Good morning,
yes.
Sam.
I like it. I like the choice of shirt that you wore today, Jeff.
Howdy, Bubbleman.
Hey, welcome Skunkman Sam. How are you doing this morning, this afternoon, this evening?
Fine. Except for I can't see my picture on your thing.
I can see it perfect. It's just pointed at your table. Your table is in perfect. You can see the magazines on your table. So listen, the reason I was talking about...
There's a little square with it at the bottom, along with you two guys.
Oh, interesting. I can see you good, though. I mean, not you, but I can see your table. If you wanted to show anything, you'd be able to put it on that table. And anyone would be able to see.
I just wanted to make sure I'm not there.
You're definitely not there. I can't even see your foot. So yes, what I wanted to discuss was the fact that today is the 73rd episode. Of course, the 73 micron bag was the bag that made this episode. You know, back in the day, you have to admit, Jeff, the 73 bag was the golden bag.
73 bag is still the golden bag, in my opinion, honestly.
It is. Of course, it never changed. I mean, putting the 90 micron bag in there definitely changed it up a little bit, but what do you got going on there?
Got a little bit of some bubble that a friend of mine made. This is whatever BBTW is with Albert Walker, one of my favorite skunky varieties.
Dude, and you know, it's funny that you would mention the Albert Walker because back in, I don't know, it had to be 2000 or 2001 when you started selling these bags and posting and stuff. It was always that Albert Walker, and I remember another one called Hamster.
Hamster, yeah. Hamster, Albert Walker, and Sweetie were the three that were just amazing. And actually, the first one of these shirts that I got right here was the Sweetie. I made a batch of the bubble, and the 160 micron melted, the 190 micron melted, and it was just amazing. You know, probably like a 4-star on the 190 micron. Had some of the largest heads that I've ever seen on any material for a long time. But the 70 on that was some of the first true 6-star that I ever had. So it won the on overgrow.com the best milk shot. It was like your first contest that I remember you ever doing on overgrow.com. So
yeah, the best milk shot. Nice, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, you were definitely a big part of my history back in those early days. You know, for me, the first melty hash that I ever smoked wasn't water hash. It was literally, and I'm guessing that it was Sam's. It could have been Rob's. I didn't smoke it with Sam, but I smoked it with Rob. And I remember smoking it and him saying to me, if it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble. And I was like, whoa, this shit is dripping down. It was a Ruhr pipe, and it was dripping down the stem of the Ruhr pipe. And I was like, I had never seen or heard of anything like that. That was 1995 at the first Cannabis Cup that I ever went to.
And don't you think it's funny how now we take that for granted?
Yes. I think it's absolutely hilarious because it was such a unique thing back then that not only were we at this gathering, the Cannabis Cup, where, you know, these were supposed to be pretty much the most advanced people on the planet, the activists, the people that were the businessmen, the focal point on cannabis was happening at these events, and nobody knew about it. Like only you and your little group had this ridiculous quality. Hey, I want to welcome Adam in from the West Coast Concentrates. Of course, he is the hash maker, one of the hash makers that's making most of what I smoke these days. So
one of the reasons the circle was so small, Mark, was because I didn't sell it. You either shared it with me or that was it.
Yeah, that's exactly true. You didn't sell it and you really didn't give it away either. So I'm guessing when I smoked it with Rob, it was yours.
It was mine, but yeah, a few times I gave a little bit to my buddy.
Nice. Good taking care of your bro, man. I hope we see him today, Baba Rob, blowing smoke signals towards the Vatican, wherever you are.
I already Skyping him, and he's not home yet, so he said maybe he'll get home in time to join.
Well, today I kind of had the hopes that Chris Bennett would show up nice and early. He was going to start off the show and Rob would have been great for this as well, with sort of a historical context of hashish. I wasn't worried about the most, accurate, or if he says something that someone else doesn't agree. I just wanted a little kind of historical context for the history of cannabis and the history of hashish and how they've sort of, how they got to this really small group of people, and then from there how it expanded out. And now, one of the reasons I invited Adam in today is because Adam has been making hash for maybe 1 year, and I'm telling you, it's as nice as anything that you could make. Like from a hash maker standpoint, he's got a great group that grows great herb. They're able to, pay attention. They had a good mentor through Phil, who was one of kind of my students that I taught how to make hash. So they have a very sort of close relationship to the knowledge. And I just wanted to show people that although there's guys like Jeff who've been doing this for 15 to 17 years. And then, of course, there's our mentor like SKunkman Sam, who seemingly has been doing it forever.
I think the first hash I actually made was in Morocco, although I fooled around a little bit with weed in California before that. But in Morocco in '71, I went and stayed at a hash farm.
Interesting. Someone's just saying...
I should have only been there for like 5 or 6 years, because before that they grew keef flowers and that's it.
Yeah, someone just mentioning making hash is not brain surgery, rocket science. It's like, yes, it's true, but then, why does everyone in the community not have melty hash? If it's not rocket science, if it's not such a difficult thing, then what makes it so difficult that most people don't put it in your pipe when they say, hey, you want to have a session?
It's the material bubble, man. You know that. It's all about the grower. Us hash makers, we can only do the very best that we can to keep the contaminant out of the hashish. But if we don't have good starting material, we're not going to have that full milk.
That's right.
Yeah, you definitely took the words right out of my mouth there, Jeff.
Got to have the fire. But it's cool, we have like the old school, we have the new school. Hopefully Chris and Rob make it in and we can have a little discussion on the sort of history of hashish. I know Tony's coming in here soon and he's got a bunch of things to say.
I do agree how important starting material is. I mean, with some varieties, no matter what I do, I can't get nothing. I'll grind up a whole kilo of flowers and get hardly anything. Other ones, you do it and you get 50 grams. So what's reality?
Yeah, well, someone just said that, it's called being patient. Let those resin heads form. Do you think, Sam, that it's the people not letting their resin heads form more so than people growing strains that will absolutely never produce full melt?
I'm not so sure, because sometimes I even think that young, slightly immature resin heads might be have more terpenes. So, but then I've read research which says that the cannabinoids are put on at about 9/10 through flowering, pretty much, and the terpenes are actually accumulated a bit later. So I'm not sure I really know for sure, but I know Rob likes it a little bit early, the resin heads, because they're more irie in his mind, because they have more terpenes, and the terpenes that they have, I think they have more of the up monoterpenes that are more volatilized at later flowering. I don't know.
Interesting. Very interesting thoughts. Anyway, just reading in the chat room, trying to keep everyone on point with the conversation. I'm going to be inviting more people in today. Yes, I just wanted to start it off with a small core group of hash makers so we can sort of, talk a little bit about the history. I guess if Chris Bennett's not going to be here right away to talk about the actual history, I can talk about my history with water hash and sort of how it came to be.
Is Cannoli coming, or Mila?
Mila was invited. Nikka T said he was going to be coming. Frenchie said he would come at 10:30 in about an hour with Todd McCormick.
Cool.
Yeah, I think we'll have a nice conversation. I mean, I also have things that I wanted to say on behalf of Reinhard Delph, who's a very quiet member of our community. He's not active. He came to the Cannabis Cup in 1997 and showed his machine on water extraction. We have, of course, that was really. Would you say that was the first time, Sam, that you had seen the ice being used with the water? Because it seems like Reinhardt's whole thing that was different from the Sadhu Sam extraction process, as well as the Neville.
Yes, except Rob and I don't remember if we actually put ice in. I wouldn't be surprised. But we found out really, really cold water was superior, and we knew that.
Yeah, so that's, Reinhardt, of course, showed up at the Cannabis Cup in 1997. For those of you that don't know, he invented the machine called the Ice Cold Extractor. And although, Sam knew about water extraction and Neville knew about water extraction, I would say that you were not a fan of water extraction when I met you. Would that be accurate?
No, absolutely not, because I considered it inferior to dry sifted, which had superior characteristics. I mean, usually if you can get from the same clone resin dry sifted water hash, most people prefer the dry sift. Maybe not always, but I mean, I know you do usually.
Yeah, I mean, the dry sift is incredible. For me, it was, and here's a neat sort of concept that,
Bubble hash was for everybody.
Yes, bubble hash changed the game in the sense that not everyone could do what Sam was doing with his dry sift. In fact, very few people could. In fact, almost nobody could, literally. And so people that thought they could, they just weren't on an even playing field. Sam playing chess, and they were playing checkers. Literally, that was the difference between the two qualities of what was going on. So with water hash, you had this incredible opening of suddenly now, thanks to water and ice, people were able to do this themselves and be on an even playing field. And I truly believe that did not happen until 1997, when Reinhard Delph showed up at the Cannabis Cup with his ice-cold extractor machine, and he showed that machine to a variety of people. I actually talked to Donnie Wershafter today, and he said he was at that Cannabis Cup, I think at Bernard's place. I know that he did another. What's that?
I said I was there too.
And were you also at Bill's apartment for that particular showing?
I don't think I was at that demonstration, but I could have been.
I know Rob was at that one. So I mean, this is definitely historical context. Reinhard showed this machine. He worked out. I would rather hear it from Mila, but I can only tell you his words from mine. He didn't want to be on Church Today, but he accepted that I was able to say some words on his behalf. And his words are that he had signed a contract and made a deal with Mila, and I guess that deal never went anywhere, and isolator bags were created. And so I wanted to share the story that I heard. Mila will have her chance to come in and share her story. I want to welcome Mr. Jibs to the room. Fucking loving the fucking stash, bro.
Yeah, I had yet to shave my beard in about like 7 years, so I just said screw it and randomly did that last night.
So. Awesome, dude. Welcome. Glad you're here, Johnny B. Welcome, Johnny B. I wanted to share this story real quick. So, from Reinhardt's perspective, he showed this machine. This machine, we know the story from Eldon. Eldon told me this story to my face. Of course, you know Eldon, SKunkman Sam.
I met him in 1965.
Exactly. You've known him longer than any of us. So I met him through Mark Rose, my manufacturer, and of course he told me his story of. He said, yeah, I was at Mila's and I saw the machine that Reinhardt had brought over, and after they ran it, I said to them, I said, 2 nylon bags with screen bottoms and a 5-gallon bucket, and you've got the same idea. So I would love to have more people.
Reinhardt's never really took off was because it was too expensive, relatively speaking.
Well, I don't know. I think that the fact that the bags got created based on the machine was also a big part of why his machine never got taken off. And for me, keep in mind, I came in later. I copied those bags. I made them a better product. I expanded the screen sizes, but I still copied those bags. And when I found out from my court case, you know, because I had known you guys and I had known that you guys had done the information prior to Reinhardt, so I thought, well, fuck that. This guy doesn't deserve to own this. And then I realized, as I learned the story, it was like, well, you know, they knew about it, but they weren't doing anything with it, and it was no coincidence.
Well, actually, Rob did make a Aqua Rob water hashish machine, but we never did anything with it other than experiment.
Right, and that was in what, like around 98 or something?
It was several years before Reinhardt showed up.
Right, so what I'm saying is no one can deny or take away from the fact that that Reinhardt machine, not Rob's machine and not the Scialdone Sam extraction, was what the bags were based on. That's what the bags were based on. That is a fact.
As far as I know, that's true.
What's that?
I said, as far as I know, that is true.
Exactly. So from my perspective, I decided that Reinhardt's intellectual property deserved to be respected and acknowledged, and that's why I worked out my deal with Reinhardt, and now that his patent, it covers my bags, because I couldn't rightfully go through saying that this guy had no place in the whole position when clearly he had a major place in the position. His machines created isolator bags created bubble bags created every other copycat bag on the marketplace. And there you have it. It's the bags came from that machine, and I just wanted on this show to give Reinhardt his due diligence. He was a very important factor in all of this, and unfortunately, there's literally a handful of people who have respected his position in all of this. And the fact is that he actually patented his process before he shared it and showed it, which is, for any of you that know how patents work, it's how you're supposed to do it. So I appreciate, obviously, Neville, the Unknown American, SKunkman Sam, Robert Clark, Mila, Reinhardt Depp.
I think his name was Mike, but I'm not 100%.
The Unknown American who told Neville.
Yes, I think his name was Mike. That's what I kind of remember.
So for those of you that don't know the story, this is coming from Sam and Rob, and when they showed me the 1988 High Times article advertisement that was Scialdone Sam's water extraction, there was no information given in the ad, but you could order for the price of $10 US, and you would get the simple instructions of how to use the jar and water method to isolate and separate your contaminant from your glandular trichome heads. And this was really sort of the first published information that came from that information that the Unknown American told Neville, which is glandular trichomes are dense and still affected by gravity and water, which created the Scialdone Sam's water extraction process. From there, we have a very long gap from 88.
Bubbleman, I can honestly say when Neville told me this, I laughed because you don't put water on weed.
Hey, listen, I'm telling you, the first time I brought it to Jamaica in 2001 and poured water over the herb, I swear to God, they went like this. Like just shocked. Absolutely just shocked. So anyway, yeah.
As soon as I saw the resin settle in the glass of water, I said, I get it. Then I had to figure out how to dry the goddamn resin.
Right, yes. And this is a major part that we're still learning today, because we know that drying resin that has been soaked in water is a two-part system. We want to dry the water that is on the outside of that wax membrane, just kind of holding tough. Like if you were to dip your hand in water, you would have droplets on you. But then, of course, there is the moisture content of the gland head that we also know from history. Countries that are drying their plant matter before they make hash, they're not doing that because they feel like it. They're doing that because it's an essential concept for properly dry sifting plants. Would you not agree, Sam?
Yes, because if it's not done that way, you get deformation of the resin. It doesn't sift properly. It has to be dried properly, and also they really ideally do it in the middle of the coldest part of winter, when it's hard and the resin won't squeeze. I think also they dry it in the sun on the roof like that to reduce terpene content, because terpenes are hygroscopic and they absorb water from the atmosphere and can make hash go off.
Yes, well, I mean, between Amsterdam and definitely the Emerald Triangle, because that's where Reinhard is from, and that's where he was developing his ice-cold water process. It's a big deal throwing in the ice. A lot of people said, well, of course, that's how you make the material cold, the water. Can you take him away, sweetie? Little guy's banging on the door. He wants to come and be a part of episode 73. He's really upset that he doesn't get to be a part of this. I wanted to welcome Johnny B to the room. We got Johnny B, of course, is a local hash maker that I've been spending a lot of time with over the last few years, helping elevate his hash making skills.
Howdy, Johnny B.
I doing, dude, you didn't elevate me. You showed me how to harvest my gland heads. You showed me. I thought I had this awesome dry sift, and you showed me something else. You showed me how to clean it. You showed me what SKunkman Sam, like when I brought my bubble to you. You were like the fire. I learned that because of you guys. Like, you were hard on me, Mark. You were very hard on me, and I took it to heart and I pushed it. And you know what? You showed me something, and now I'm able to show a lot of other people too. And it's
dude, you came out a diamond. You came out a diamond out of the other end from all the pressure. Everyone's like, Johnny has the fire.
Once people smoke 90 or 99% resin heads of a good variety that they like, there is no going back. They see the light.
Yeah, I'm kind of done. That's all I smoke now. That's all I look for. The strains, the ones you've told me to hang on to, new ones I'm looking for, and it really comes down to strains. I find the same thing. It's hard to find those ones that melt, give you that epic full melt, and a lot of people do get frustrated, but it's a lot of time, and everybody here knows that. Like, Jibs,
and a combination of good yield.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's nice to have all these hash makers together. Regardless, I definitely want to hear from Jibs and talking about the melts and how that all came to be. I want to hear a little bit from Jeff Church and his sort of, the history of which started him. We all started at different times, but it doesn't matter how long you've been involved, or it matters what you're doing with what you've learned. And it used to take a lot longer to get up to the point where, and I used to say this a long time ago to people that, listen, this isn't rocket science or brain surgery or rocket surgery. This isn't rocket surgery. But at the same time, there are variables that you need to pay attention to and be aware of. And I think having the great material is a huge start, because if you're working and doing everything right, but you don't have the right material, it's really hard to polish a turd and make it look like something that it's not.
Very true.
Kind of like skiing uphill from the bottom of the hill.
Pretty much just like that, exactly.
And
So yeah, I don't know if maybe Jibs wants to take the floor and tell us a little bit about what got him into hash making and his sort of, I like to hear about everyone's story, and I wanted to start with Jibs and the melts. I invited Ken as well. Hopefully he makes it.
All right. Let me think. Oh gosh, I think I've been making hash in total now probably I want to say 6 to 7 years. I started off as a patient right before I had to have a complete rotator repair. Was smoking a lot of cannabis at that time in regards to not trying to be on Percocets and other painkillers. BHO was starting to come around at that point in time, and there really wasn't a lot of water hash and dry sift available. That was honestly something I got made known to, and mainly by YouTube shows like the CCC 420 that are coming back around nowadays. Actually seeing them feature full melt from out here in Northern California that actually like melted and was dabbable and actually showed me a future and a little bit of the process of making high-grade water extraction. And it made oil for a good chunk in time, and then I ended up having another surgery in 2008 after getting hit by a car and had to get the discs in my neck repaired. And at that point in time, I'd just gotten offered a job in the industry after realizing that this was just pretty much what I wanted to do and that cannabis was able to help me. And just pretty much just been going from there. Originally linked up with Tony after my neck surgery.
Tony V and the River Rock crew?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, that's definitely where I first saw you guys making the fire and met you guys at the Cups and at the Legends of Hash parties. It was kind of a nice way to, you know, you guys reminded me a lot, in fact, of the West Coast Concentrate guys, in just that this young group of guys that has the excitement, they're going to fucking do this, they're going to, you know, it's so nice to see people take it seriously. And it's so nice to see people produce a product that is worthy of production. And with water hash, it's really not that easy to just be able to do. You want to be able to do it, but it's a bit of a journey, no doubt, to hooking up with the right people. And I think, you know, both with you guys at Trichome Heavy Extracts, the melts, and with the West Coast Concentrates, one of the things that I've seen both of you guys do is definitely being able to hook up with the right people, the people that are able to produce, hand over beautiful product, you know, greenhouse grown or field grown or indoor grown. And it's hard to move forward without that. I mean, I can attest back in the day when we started this in 1999. Now, I was a year after Mila, which was 1998 with the isolator bags, which was a year after the Ice Cold Extractor, which was 1997, which was 11 years after Sadhu Sam's water extraction. So you can see that these things existed. We always get into these sort of dynamic arguments with, oh, who squeezed rosin first, who did this? I just want everyone to acknowledge their place and the importance of each one of those places. They were all incredibly important to me. There's no doubt about that. Mila may not have invented water extraction, but for me, it was the first place that I saw it with those bags, the isolator bags. It wasn't until I learned later that there was a machine that the isolator bags was designed from, and I also used that machine some years later as well when he sent a unit up to Cannabis Culture for them to test for the magazine. I got to check it out. So definitely a neat little history of everything that's happened here in the last almost 20 years with producing beautiful water hash. How are you doing there, Ken? I muted you, but just because you had a little bit of mic disruption going when Jibs was talking. How we doing, buddy?
How are you guys?
Very good. Love the shirt. I have one just like it.
Yeah, I love these things, man. They're my favorite.
I'm going to hit a little bit of Phil's and the West Coast Concentrate, sweatband, full spec. Parmesan cheese, let me tell you. I don't think we've smoked much on this episode. Is that true? Oh, you'll see my full spectrum sweatband and you'll raise me.
Bone rip.
Oh, there we go. Hey, did D420K not get Did D420K not get invited, or what's going on here? let me just see what I can do here real quick. It was a unique day. I am going to be inviting in the other panelists at one point in time. I just really wanted to start with a bunch of hash makers and with some hash maker stories. I know Nick is going to be coming in soon, and I know that hopefully Mila will make her way in, and she can kind of tell her story, and everyone can tell their story. That's all I want to do. There's what, 900 people in the chat right now? 933 people watching. Let's do a bong rip. Turning on the D nail right now.
If you do a bong rip, I wanted to make mention after listening to Jib's story. I did make a little bit of hash in the mid 2000s, probably 2004. I remember a little bit about it. Then I got hurt, and then that was in 2005. And in about 2006, a friend gave me a set of bubble bags. Said, "Hey, this might work for you." And I remember making it and having it drying, and I couldn't make it melt. And I just kind of lost track of it for a few years. And tried again in about 2010, and I was getting some melty from separations with another friend that I met because it was the strains, and I was using my Medi Kush that I just recently had grown. And then I came across you, Mark, and we started talking, and one thing led to another, and you really showed me. So it was the years that I spent working, and what I really learned is the hash is what helped me so much with my pain. It was the extractions that I really went into that were just so behind me, because between, I would say, after my accident in 05 to 2009, little bits of hash I was smoking, none of it melted, so I was eating a lot of it. So everything went into edibles and stuff like that because of the enjoyability. I remember getting the hash joints. So it's always been a big part of my recovery was the extractions and stuff like that, like you, Jibs, and where that's why it's part of my life. It's all I ever want to find is that fire, is because it works. And that's the best way of saying it. I mean, those bags, they work. You just got to find out what strains are going to work for you, and everybody can get fire. It just takes time.
John, the first time that you used cannabis for medical use?
Probably when I was 9 years old, when I really truly needed it, because everybody else was getting on kind of E-pills maybe. When it really became medical for me, Sam, is after my fall in 2005. I walked into the British Columbia Compassion Club Society, and I tried some brownies and some of their, I remember getting hash. It's all in documents because I saved all the receipts, and some of the first buys were the hash, were the brownies, and were the Pochi Wow, were the strains that were working so well for me. So is what led me to finding those extractions, and then as I further got along, using the BHO products that were readily available, because I was using butane in 2005, 2006. That's kind of that's what we had access to. Really.
Did you know that cannabis was medical before that?
I think now at the age of 44, I realized that as I smoked cannabis through my whole life, it was medical, but it really became medical to me in 2005 once I had sustained all my injuries. And previously, in previous years when I was hurt too, I was using cannabis to get off all the opiates, and that was in 2019. I got some history. I hit a dump truck head-on in 1991 and broke my back, and I suffered severe injuries and was hooked on opiates, and from there into 2005. From 1995, and then off of all the opiates with cannabis until 2004, until I fell again in 05, and then back on opiates. So cannabis always played a huge part in getting it off of my opiates. It's a big part of my history of how cannabis has helped me through all of the hard times in my life. Cannabis has always been there for me. 16, 21, 35. It's always been a big part of being able to help me get through my pain and not being on all these pharmaceutical drugs, and more I look at it today.
I can still remember the first time I used medical cannabis. It was 1971. It was in Morocco. I had actually gone there because a friend of mine told me that you could buy kilos of hash for $25, $30. So I had to go check this out. They were right. What I found out was when I got really bad vomiting and projectile shits, and I had dysentery the worst. And I was sitting on one of those squat toilets, and when I would smoke a bowl, I realized most of the cramps and the the diarrhea and the vomiting were greatly, greatly reduced. And I went, wow, this really is medical. And then I went to India and I read about it as an Ayurvedic medicine, and I realized that there was a huge, long tradition of cannabis being used for medicine, which I didn't really realize in 1971 so much.
Hey, welcome, Brett. Hitting the little mini, another member of the West Coast Concentrates. Got a couple of the melts in here. Got a couple of West Coast Concentrate guys in the house. What's up, J-Man?
I think I'm going to dab some of your guys' 73 purple candy that was dropped off by a friend, Brian Cookie.
Oh, yeah. Why is it the 73 bag? When I first got these bags made, I had figured out the sizes that were being used for extracting and catching were 200 to 210 micron and a 70 or a 65 micron. The reason I chose 73 is because it's the year that I was born in. So for those of you that didn't know, why is it the 73? It's because I was born in 1973. And I only did one other little thing like that in the history of my company, which was probably in around 2001 when my first daughter was born, my first child. I made the 25 micron bag pink for, I think, the whole year. So not a lot of people knew that, or even, you know, some of you may remember those pink bags. But that was for the birth of my daughter, Trinity, and I just thought that was kind of a cool little thing to do without really telling too many people about it, but respect to the family.
And was the 73 the thread count or the micron hole size?
It's the micron hole size, and then there's, of course, there's a thread count, and then there's a thread diameter, which is something that a lot of hash makers are not really familiar with, in the sense that it's the thickness, okay? You see my finger? That's the diameter of the thickness of the thread. You know, if someone's got a real big kind of meaty finger compared to a real thin finger, if they go like this, the holes between their fingers will be much smaller for them because they've got such a large diameter of a finger. So screen works the same way. And if you get too thick of a screen, you end up with a greater percentage of screen area versus hole area. And this is a very important factor when figuring out your screens for your bags. And it's why we buy very particular screen out of Switzerland or Holland, two high-end screen companies. We don't purchase this stuff in Asia. And I think a lot of people are sort of missing the boat in the sense that if you try to purchase a cheaper version of this screen, you may very well end up with too thick of a diameter on your thread, and this will affect the end result of your hash. So there's a little kick down. Hey there, Mr. T. Verzura, how are you doing today? No, muted.
Wow, we can't hear Tony for the first
You guys
time.
hear me?
Sorry,
Now we can.
sorry about that. I was trying to set up this laptop with the TV so I could see everyone bigger, and it went to the side.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, I know exactly what that does.
You're just like, shit. You happened to call me right when it was like it moved to the side, and I'm like, damn it.
That's exactly what happened to me, Tony, and I thought my picture wasn't on the screen. It was just over to the side.
Ah, that is what happens. Oh, now he's taking up 2 spots, Mr. Doucette.
73. Episode 73, huh?
Yeah, episode 73, we got the melts in the house. We got the West Coast concentrates in the house. We got Jeff Churches in the house, because truly I can't think of an earlier bubble ambassador than Jeff. And I met Jeff through Marble Slinger, and Slinger was like, oh yeah, my buddy's really into this, and it was just like, all of a sudden he just started ordering, you know. He was one of the first people to probably order like 10 or 20 sets of bags, and I even remember being like, maybe I'm not remembering this correctly, Jeff, but was it like at the time where it was like, oh yeah, I'm like borrowing my mom's credit card for a little bit of it, and put some on this, and just trying to get these bags purchased. You were a true bubble ambassador down in California. One of the reasons, guaranteed, Bizarre Brothers and many others got turned on.
Yeah, I was always too scared to use a credit card to order from your company, so it was always, me
Money orders.
scrambling people together and getting their money and putting a money order together and sending that international money order up to you to get the bag sent over, So, but yeah, I can tell my story here if it seems like a good time.
Yeah.
But yeah, my first set of bags that I got was from Marble Slinger. He had gone up to Canada, visited with you, and came back, and he had these bags. I was a glass blower back then. That was my main thing. I still blow glass occasionally, but back then it was really kind of where everything was that I was seeing.
Yep.
And Bubble Hash really hit the scene as soon as that first set of bags came back down here from Canada. And so, Aaron actually introduced us. I went up to Canada with him on a trip once and came up to visit you at your house there. And then after that, it was kind of like, I'm just going to get all my friends together and start selling these bags. So, I'd get them for wholesale and sell them out to people, and then ended up going on down to California. And before people really knew what to do with their trim other than just light it on fire, literally, that was like, they're like, I don't want all this weight on my property. I have nothing to do with this stuff. It's not worth me like cooking a whole bunch of brownies with.
Another crime of prohibition, hey?
Yeah. It was a crazy time. So. The first time that I ever made bubble myself, other than watching Aaron make bubble with these same bags that he then sold me his used set, it was the old set where the 25 bag was this long udder with like a little strip up the side of 25, and then maybe like a $50 size 25 screen for the round part.
That was my manufacturer's brilliant idea. Mark was just convinced that was a good idea, and I was like, dude, you can't just like make the bag look different. Like, I didn't order that.
That was a weird set for sure, and I definitely, quite soon got a fresh set and moved on. Gave those to somebody else. I don't know, passed them along. But
we had our bumps.
But yeah, the first time I made hash, and this relates to back what I was saying earlier, it's all about material. I scored what I thought was, some great trim. Hey, this is gonna make hash, and I made some pretty bad hash the very first time. Space from the Bizarre Brothers was actually there, I believe, the very first time that I made bubble hash myself. He was there with me, making it with me. So we've both been making bubble hash since probably 2001. I think is the date that we all started. But yeah, I mean, we went down and did the bubble bag thing in California, and we're just trying to figure out. We had a whole bunch of sets, and we're like, hey, anybody got some trim? And people were just like, man, I guess I've got something. And it was always something that had just been cut down, because people would just burn the stuff. They'd get a bag full and they'd burn it because it was useless. So
it was the same up here, bro. They were putting it in landfills. I felt like when I started doing water hash, and I finally, and it was, how it happened for me was, there was a guy in town. It was actually my partner John in the hemp thing that we were doing in Manitoba. We all used to go to Amsterdam together, 95, 96. I skipped 97, 98. I believe I might have been there, but I definitely didn't see the isolator bags. He saw them and bought them. We used them, but they weren't. It was a two-bag system, and it just didn't do anything. It produced this sort of, like probably what Sam produced the first time. It was just uninspirational. There was nothing that I wanted to do with that. And so it wasn't until back in Canada, talking to Breeder Steve, and he's like, oh, I've got some really nice shishkaberry. It's from the yellow line. It's beautiful. For those of you that know the shishkaberry, not line, but pheno, whatever. There were two Afghanis used, a red and a yellow or whatever. And the yellow was the one I preferred. Beautiful resin. And I said, oh, well, maybe we could try it in these bags. So I got a set of the bags, borrowed from a friend, and we ran it through the 2-bag kit. And it produced fire. Like, it produced melty, ridiculous resin. We were actually pretty shocked. And that was really the first time I saw that there was a value in these bags, and that's why when I got busted in '98 with, you know, almost 20 pounds of weed in my car and many thousands of dollars, it was a Compassion Club run I was doing. That ended up sort of putting me in a situation where I was unable to do what I was doing prior to doing bubble bags, which was really just, you know, brokering cannabis. And so when I left that behind, I needed to figure something else out to do, and it was really these bags that I was thinking about. And I had zero intentions of making my own bags. I wanted to go to Amsterdam, make a deal with Mila, and just gain control of Canada or maybe a couple other countries to be able to sell these bags in. And at the time, I think I wanted to buy like 1,000 kits to start. So I probably sounded like someone that was talking shit. This was 1998 in Amsterdam, and I went, and I don't know if Mila will remember the story the same way. It would be interesting to hear her version because she's going to come in later, and I'll ask her. I definitely won't be surprised to hear that our versions don't add up the same, but it'll be interesting nonetheless. So I went in and I said, hey, I want to sell these bags and blah, 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 blah. I'll take 1,000 kits. And she was like, 1,000 kits? What do you, like, I remember being called a silly American, and I was kind of like, damn, that was harsh. And so I ended up leaving and, you know, kind of going back home and being like, fuck, like, we're not going to be the bag distributors for these bags. And my wife was just like, well, why don't you just make your own? I was like, what do you mean make your own? And she's like, I don't know, just like, well, we can make them. Like, you do the computer and pictures, and I'll sew them up. And so that was how bubble bags really got created, with my very, very quiet, shy wife who never speaks up, saying, hey, why don't we do this? It was so out of character for her. I really want all of you to realize that the bubble bags probably would have never been a company had it not been for her and her, for whatever reason, listening to that quiet voice in the back of her head. And I think it was a very important move on her part because, you know, we ended up creating something. I don't pretend to think that we were the most important part in the ladder, but I felt like we were an important step, as all of the people before and after are important steps. And that's why I invite the next steps in the ladder, the next generation of hash makers into the room, the melts, the West Coast concentrates, because I happily pass the torch to these younger generation of hash makers that are going to take things and move them out of the box that we've had them in. And it's like, we shouldn't be insecure or afraid to work together with one another to move this into a more open. We live in a community of very, like, sort of, we're all afraid and we're like protecting each other from one another, but in the root of what all this is, we all love hash. And when we're all sitting together and we're smoking hash and we're enjoying hash and we're reaping the benefits, the rewards of all the work that each of us have done, there's no more beautiful thing, in my opinion, in all of this community. And that's what we love about Cannabis Cups, and that's what we love about these gatherings. Not to make people envious or show off, but to be inspired and to spend our time with like-minded individuals that absolutely love Ja herbs and Ja resins.
Yeah, and for somebody like myself, anyways, who's pretty new to the whole hash game, it's crazy to even be on a panel with you.
What's going on here?
Thanks, everyone, for sure.
Awesome. Just checking out the chat.
That was awesome, Mark. Bong rip.
Bong rip?
Yeah, bong rip.
Hey, there's the boys. Want to welcome. I don't even know who Jibs is with. I actually thought for a second it was the Bizarre Brothers. But hey, what's going on, dude? Welcome to Hash Church.
Thank you very much. How's it going, guys?
It's going really good, man. You know, I was a little worried today doing doing this episode because there's all sorts of weird little invisible beefs in this world of the cannabis community, and I wasn't sure that. I still don't know how it'll go off with Mila and myself, even though I don't dislike Mila, and I'm sure in her heart she doesn't really dislike me. We're all a part of this very small community, and we're all moving things forward in a way that, I don't know, I think we're going to look back in many, many years from now, and we'll realize what a special thing that we had here.
Yeah, it is totally Victoria.
Echo, echo.
Actually, Mark, it'll be a lot easier in 10 or 20 years because by then the banks and the lawyers will own all of cannabis anyway. There won't be anything left to fight over.
Fuck. That's a scary thought for sure.
Most of the fights are over profits.
Right. This is true. This is true. It's an interesting situation, and I guess, you know, when you have something like cannabis that is such a value to mankind, this incredible companion plant, and I really wish Chris Bennett was here to share more of his perspective with us, but you see how before money would even exist, that this plant would have value, that it would have trade value, that it would have, you know, oh yeah, that's pretty hilarious, Tony. Oh my God, dude, you're ridiculous. Is that the rosin? Is there terps in there? Why is he muted? Here, I'll unmute you. Talk now.
Yeah, this is the raw rosin. Sorry, I was showing OG Bear. I was like, yeah, I got bored yesterday and decided to make a terp distillate raw rosin, and he was like, how?
Tony is also a great person to have in the room today because he's like the hash scientist. He's just like, if I can take it apart and put it back together, there is all sorts of learning to be done in those experiences. Not to mention, and I'm sure he would admit, that generally when you make a mistake, you have a revelation.
Yes. Look at that. Look at the texture.
Yeah. It doesn't drip back down.
No.
All right. Well, that's proper. Johnny B's got some too. What do you got, Johnny B?
So this is actually, guys, is some CBD distillate, and it's actually made from hemp, and it's very unique.
The hemp distillate. If you hold it straight and further away, it'll be fine. But if you continue, right, yeah, like a little closer. Right there is perfect, actually. You can see the quality. But it's when you turn it or move it that it gets, now perfect. There you go. Excellent. And there's Tony's. Perfect. Thank you, guys. I feel like I should be holding up some clear liquid to, I don't know what I got here.
You got a clear liquid. No, this is very unique. It was I was trying it out, and it's got that CBD taste. You know what I'm talking about, Tony? It's got that taste.
Tony, I've never seen anyone else with that carb cap. Ting! That's so awesome. I heard it was what do they call it? A prototype. Hey, Brett, you haven't even said hi yet. Representing for the West Coast. What's going on? Oh, he's frozen up. He's not even in here. All right, well, I'm going to load a bowl if anyone has anything interesting they want to talk about in regards to hash, their experiences with hash.
I guess I can tell kind of our story anyways from, I guess, both our perspectives. If Brett's frozen there, we pretty much came up at the same time. We used to work at a head shop together, and basically we just, you know, we're always watching videos, and we actually started watching videos from the CCC 420. And from there, on the little sidebar of YouTube, is where we actually found your videos, Mark. So both of you guys definitely inspired us to try and make stuff that we couldn't buy here. And we were smoking, you know, quite a bit of BHO at the time, and we were just like, you know, why don't we try something that wasn't made, you know, with petrochemicals, and, you know, who knows, maybe it'll be better. So we bought a set of bags, a little 5-gallon set, and we started to play. The first time we made hash, it was actually pretty melty, and it looked really cool, and it was all blonde. And then we were like, hey, like, why don't we stir it with something other than our hand? You know, like that was a long process of just stirring and stirring. So we went and got like a little cake mixer. Obviously, you know, you taped a spoon or something on it and just beat the crap right out of the weed and just destroyed it. And of course, our hash wasn't melty. So it was a pretty quick experience for us to realize that definitely wasn't the way to go in that type aspect anyways. Then we bought some screens, and we started playing around with dry sift, and that was all at the end of last year. And you know, now we're happy to say that we are definitely making some full melt, and it's a you know, a blessing for sure. And we're just happy that, you know, people like you put information out for us to, you know, be able to learn for free, because at least in Canada, there's nowhere where you can really go and learn formally, you know, about hash making or you know, anything really cannabis related without being, you know, someone in the know or knowing someone that's in the know. So you know, it's just great to be a part of all this, and you know, definitely we're stoked.
Yeah, I'm stoked to have met you guys. You guys are the young Padawan learners that are exceptional hash makers. You know, you guys take it serious, and you have that real sort of connoisseur attitude that helps when you want to make. It's not about being a snob, but it's definitely about being a little bit OCD and aware of tiny little things that can build up and affect the end outcome of the variables and the quality of your hash. So I'm stoked that I linked with you guys.
Hey man, we're stoked that you even, you know, considered the link up for us at all. And always big shout to the team as well, because without them, you know, as you guys know, without proper material, you cannot make proper hash, and without a proper team behind you to help, you know, with all the little things and the, you know, the nicks in the road and just, you know, all the things that can, you know, go along with this business. You know, we're definitely blessed to be able to call our team, and there's definitely no I in team. So, you know, without each other, we don't succeed.
Beautiful, well put. Want to? Go ahead, Brett.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit, yeah. What's going on? How you doing?
Good, man. Just trying to get this hotel Wi-Fi going. It's been a little bit of a mess here, but it's just kicking me on and off. But I'm trying.
Good stuff. Welcome, Nikka T. We got you double time. Let me get rid of that one. Boom. How you doing, Nick?
Doing well, man. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, dude. We're having a nice little fun sort of just a celebration of our beautiful hash community. You know, we're all sort of compartmentalized, and we get together every once in a while. But it's nice to remember that this is our community. That all of us are a part of this, and why wouldn't we gather and celebrate the thing that we love?
Definitely, man. Your passion.
Exactly. Yes, the passion for the hashing.
Yes, and you do have some fire there. We want to say good morning and peace of respect to some of that killer hash you're making out there. Definitely.
Johnny B, a hash connoisseur.
Love the hash, and I follow you. Yeah, you guys. The hash guys, Tony, all you guys are all like, you guys all inspire me too to get to where I've gone and what I've been doing too. So like, yeah, respect, guys.
I think what's also important to expand on what you were saying, Mark, is that sometimes our industry is real volatile and it changes a lot.
Like a terpene.
Yeah, and if we were all, like people on the panel, if we were all like part of, say, a professional soccer or football team or basketball team, you're still a professional. You just sometimes trade teams or come together with different people. Just like LeBron James as an example, went to the Heat, got together with some buddies, won some titles, went back. You know, that's kind of like how our industry is forming these types of patterns and these types of people and individuals. So I think it's important to know, like when you're not in the industry looking in and you see different movements and different teams forming, it doesn't necessarily mean anything really changed as far as our passion for resin or even proper resin, and everyone would still be just as critical on each other no matter what team they were on, and have the same respect, I think, as well. So I just wanted to like kind of throw that out there, that I respect, you know, everyone that's on the panel today, Ken and Nikka T, and the people that are from Colorado and the different places out there that I've been before. I got nothing but respect. You guys are fucking assassins in the resin game, and the common goal is the fucking proper hash. I mean, we all sit here because we love resin. It's Valentine's Day. Who are you with? You're with your heads. you know what I mean?
So true, so true. It is Valentine's Day, so I guess we should, celebrate our love of hash, which is what we're doing. We got 1,033 people watching live. We got a chat room going off. A little bit of.
I was hoping for Chris Bennett so that we could maybe find out who was that guy who was the first one to make hashish.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to it too. I know our Todd is going to be coming in later with some special guests. I guess Chris just didn't get the link or something. I'm not sure. Then again, it is full in here, so he might not have access to getting in. Things working for you now, Nick?
Yeah, barely. It just like kept booting me every 5 seconds. So.
I know. I was noticing that. Then there'd be like 2 or 3 of you in the room. I was like, what's going on here?
Yo, man, I always said I needed more of me to make hash. So.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm gonna sit back and watch just for a while, guys. Let some people get in here because I really want to listen and hear you guys talk too, and I get in chat. I love you guys all, and happy Valentine's Day. Love the hash, guys.
Much love.
Feel better, Johnny.
Johnny B. Be well. Crazy. Good to see Johnny B feeling so happy and feeling in less pain, and you know, there's something to be said for the differences of enjoying your hash. I see him now, and he seems to not quite be as, like, almost like a fiend, like the way someone would be like, let's do another line, let's do another. He would smoke bong rips like that, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I loved it. I thought it was great and hilarious, but at the same time, I could see it as a little bit of a burden on him that he doesn't seem to have now. That he seems to be just so much in less pain that he can actually maybe enjoy the cannabis a little more than just, you know, try to cover up the pain with it, because that was it's just nice to see him doing so well. Props to you, Johnny B.
Well, Bubbleman, what you're seeing is that he's actually smiling.
Yeah.
That's the difference. As long as I've known John, he's been in such pain. He was never smiling. Like when we were in Jamaica, like going on that like kind of safari towards that little grow. I mean, we got to know each other pretty good because we were both in pain, and we couldn't go down we couldn't go down that very well. So we had to figure out ways with, you know, gear in our hand and a bad back. But like, you know, he just he's smiling a lot, which is like amazing, and
yeah.
It's uplifting to see somebody go through that kind of pain and then surgery and then just in that grade of first how good he looks and the grade of the mood, you know?
Absolutely agreed. Great to see. Nice to see. All right.
You're smoking on, Bubbleman?
I am smoking on some West Coast concentrate OG Kush, full spectrum.
Full spectrum, nice. I'm sticking with a 73 jar mostly today, but I will dabble into some browsing as well.
Excellent. Yeah, Nick is having a real hard time with his connect. That's too bad.
Oh, I don't know what's going on.
I know. Are you on a computer?
Yeah, I'm on a brand new laptop actually. This is the first time I've used it, but I'm on my normal Wi-Fi, and it just every 5 seconds just keeps booting me. It says too many people on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's weird. You know what's probably happening? I think it's because when you leave, the box stays open for me, and then you show up in a new one, and then I take the old one and I go hide from broadcast. Maybe I won't do that this time, and we'll see if you don't get bumped. We'll just keep 2 Nikka T's in here. You can make some hash while you're here, and you'll have 2 of you to.
I don't know what says 2 of me, but much love, yo.
So hey, the last time we saw you was in Jamaica. What's that, Sam?
No, it was me. I was just making fun of Nikka T, saying he had his buddy to help him make hash.
Yeah, exactly. That's good.
That would be funny if the other one actually just started washing and making hash.
Well, one could make hash and one could smoke it.
So I'll propose a question to the chat to the panelists, which is in the next couple of years, where do you see the future of hash making going in our countries? You know, not necessarily the world, but here in North America, where does everyone see the future of hash making, whether using ice, whether using dry sift screens?
I'll comment, Mark.
Please do.
What I think is that if raw materials can get cheap enough, dry sift will dominate. Dry sift is #1 for me, and but without cheap raw materials, there's no way to do it. Well, one other way you could do it is you could try to get dry sift and then somehow make a product out of the remaining materials. But yeah, inferior product just to pay for the dry sift.
I agree with Sam. That would be awesome to see that. To see material go cheap enough so that everybody can have dry sift. I mean, that is really the holy grail for me, anyway.
I definitely think that, you know, dry sift is hard to beat in the sense that with every strain there is very little to any footprint left behind, like water-soluble terpenes being removed, or footprints that certain solvents leave by only removing nonpolar components. Generally, in any scientific extraction process, there's a footprint that is left behind. And so I definitely think that if, you know, equipment could be designed and created to produce the level of dry sift that Sam is talking about on field-grown herb, it would be definitely a game changer. In the meantime, I definitely see water extraction as being very popular in the upcoming years just because it's so easy at this point in time. And if you find the proper cultivars, any hash maker in here could confirm that the greatest, only the greatest water hash, I mean the top, I put it very, very close to on par with the great water dry sift. That's my opinion.
I'd have to say that I believe that bubble hash is honestly the holy grail of all hash. That's just my opinion. I wanted to see everyone's thoughts on the new freeze drying techniques and everyone's making these new closed loop machines or trying to make new closed loop machines for water hash. I honestly think the future is going to be, you know, kind of what Tony and like what we're doing as well. It's like the untouched, fresh frozen, you know, or sun cured resin, whatever, you know, like any type of resin. But I'm definitely digging like the very, very untouched feel to the freeze dryer and the different techniques that are all coming out, the new machines. So I just want to see how everybody feels about these new closed loop units. I don't think they have quite the specs I'm looking for or our team is looking for, but I think that they're getting close.
We're working on a unit ourselves. We're not quite sure. We're going both ways simultaneously. I'm not liking the water exposure in the closed system and the traveling back throughout itself. The less water exposure, the better, in my opinion. I also like the untouched. We started a hashtag never touched, and it's a good sort of accurate description when you don't have to be touching the hash all the time with your goopy little fingers. Welcome, Aaron, back to Hash Church. Another fairly new hash maker. What, a year or two?
Yeah, about 2 years.
Excellent, excellent. Also producing the fire, taking nice pictures and sharing good information with people.
I have a question. When you make fresh frozen hash that preserves all the terpenes, and if you smoke a lot of that, does it ever cause a problem? Because when I used to smoke really fresh pot that had really lots of monoterpenes, it used to fuck with my throat.
Not for me personally. It's all about how you cure and dry your resin, I think, in any application. So, I mean, as long as you cure and dry your resin properly, I really think that you can get it just as dry and just as smooth, you know, as, say, like a longer cured regular technique water hash.
It's not the dryness that I'm really referring to. What I'm referring to is the fact that I'm saying that when it's super, super rich in monoterpenes, that seems to what fuck with me. You understand?
No, understood. I feel the same about maybe the high, like I haven't mixed too much of like say Tony's terpenes with things we have in the past, but it's a very intense, you know, even if you mix it with hash or if you just hit it by itself. So I'm kind of used to that oversaturation, I guess, of terpenes with the fresh frozen. It's what I fell in love with about 3 years ago, 4 years ago when we started making hash, and I never looked back really. It's for me at least, the oversaturation that you're talking about, the monoterpenes. I guess I love. That's what I love about it. It's for me. I feel like
no
it's
problem. I loved it too, but I'll tell you a funny little story. Every year at Thanksgiving, I got laryngitis for a decade, and what it was from was I would grow original haze in California back in the 70s, and I would harvest it, dry it for a couple weeks, and start sampling the different plants. And wango bango, every year for a decade, I got laryngitis from extremely high monoterpene. The pot was dry. It was it would crackle, but it was really, really terpene fresh. If I would box it for 3 months and then smoke it, no problem.
Yeah.
I had a discussion with Rob Clark about that a few years back in Amsterdam, and some of the different. It was actually the year that I brought the really nice dry sift, and it was super smooth, and everyone was tripping on how smooth it was. They'd take a rip and just be like, "Oh my God, that was just so smooth," and it was like, yeah, it's like been cured out. It's like, and once. And I don't, and then Rob, we talked about it in a little bit, sort of in the sense that, yeah, there might be some terpenes, some of those monos, that that aren't as appreciative, that maybe cause more of a raspiness to your throat or really kind of grab you harsh. You're always going to have people who like those, and you're always going to have people who don't like those.
A good example is camphor. Try smoking camphor.
Right.
It's a terpene. Or you find it a lot associated with menthol and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's total menthol.
I guarantee you, if you smoke camphor, it will make you cough. But
yeah,
it also makes THC stonier. So,
but Sam, it might be an age thing. As we get older, we have more of an appreciation for that smoother, well-cured hash. We have more of an understanding of it. When I was younger, I mean, shit, when I first started making water hash, I was literally smoking it wet. Like,
when I was younger, I was dumb enough to do this every year to myself for 10 years in a row.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And there's learning in that. Like, the bottom line is you wouldn't not want to do it the way you want to do it and the way you like it, because it guides you to where you're going. And so it's an interesting sort of. There's no right or wrong. It's all right for you. And I'm in the same boat.
That's what's so great about this panel of people, I believe. We all have different styles and different way we do things and different techniques, and we've all learned here and there from each one of you guys, and I dig it. It's great to be here.
That's what I used to love about the legends, was we'd all get together and everybody'd throw their shit down on the table, and we'd all smoke it, and the egos got pushed aside. In the end, everybody would pretty much agree. You know what? This is the stuff.
I agree. I'll smoke that.
To answer both your questions, Ken and Mark, and to go inside with what Sam's saying is it really depends on the division in which happens. So let's say everything gets legalized. The whole world's legal. We could just grow this plant wherever we want in the most desired locations for each cultivar to maximize that particular resin for different classifications: industrial, commercial, and consumer level. That'd be your home level. And I think those are going to produce different tiers of what we would consider raw. And so what Sam's talking about, I agree with. In an industrial-sized situation where I would say, okay, I'm looking at 10 acres to 100 acres of resin. When you're trying to standardize that resin and put it into a medicinal or nutraceutical or even recreational product, you're going to want to sift through that different resin, and you want to standardize that particular process. So sifting ultimately allows you to build bigger machines, more volume, more accurate breakdown of the actual resin heads as a raw product before you make it into whatever else you were going to make it into. And then on a commercial level, though, that would be somebody that's not working in fields. That would be that kind of industry is more indoor care based. I think you're going to see more of. I think you would see more of a starting process being done with water and ice. I don't think that's going to go away. I personally like it. I feel a little better when the plant is washed and the resin is collected. It's just kind of like we wash our food before we eat it. If you're good at being able to wash it and remove the water, and you know what you're doing, and you're able to work without having microbials and fungi and molds and things like that, if you meet those particular standards of commercial, I think people are going to wash still at that level. And then
although funny enough, imagine, Tony, that from Sam's perspective, he's just saying that if people were able to suddenly do what they do with water and ice without water and ice, I suspect that they would.
Yeah. Well,
I'm also agreeing with what Tony says. And Mark, when you were at the sadhu kumbh and stuff, did you see the sadhu smoking their ganja, and before they would prepare a chillum of it, they would wash it with water?
You know, I have to say I never hung out with any sadhus that were smoking ganja. We were strictly Shivite Babas.
Well, the poor ones smoke ganja.
Well, these ones were pretty poor. They didn't own anything, but they definitely had hash. Oh, wait, it was our hash.
Well, and I think though ultimately though consumers are going to want, and this is something that I've always worked with, and you know, even with Ken, what we're talking about, what Sam's talking about is interesting. So a while ago, I used to use fresh frozen material, even for terpenes, and now I don't. And I look for freshly cured material, even for when we're making hash. And that's only because even when you're talking about, this leads into freeze drying. So when you're talking about trying to cure resin that's been washed and taking the water off of water out of it in a process that doesn't pull the terpenes out, that also leaves everything preserved well. It's kind of like taking your resin and putting it under one of those hand air dryers. You know, like you wash your hands in the bathroom, you hit the button, and it like dries your hands off. We have to figure out a way to like do that gently, you know, where it doesn't disrupt the heads. And when you're using a freeze dryer, and you're using fresh frozen, what Sam's talking about, these monoterpenes are the ones that are really unstable. Those are the ones I try to avoid and cure out. And so sometimes the terpenes that I'm doing now may seem a little different than the aroma from the flower, because the aroma from the flower, what you're smelling is a different terpene than what's actually preserved in the oils. And those oils are changing. So in fresh frozen, you have a little bit of what's an unstable transformation of the particular monoterpenes in this curing process. So when you're washing hash that's fresh frozen, sometimes you get like a resin that's got these high abundance in monoterpenes that are generally supposed to be cured out in a 10, 20, or 3-month process. And so they become real greasy. And so this I've noticed with particular freeze dryers, and the one that I went with was a chiller, a freeze dryer, and an oven all in one. And it has integral plates and variables that you can change and be able to do that. So I've run fresh frozen in that, and I think Fletch had talked about it before too, how it can create sometimes like an unstable resin. It's beautiful, it's white, it could cake out. But if you're working with fresh, properly dried resin heads, then then you're going to be able to. Sorry, I got completely sidetracked because my dog just decided to take a shit in my new living room.
Well, dude, you know what?
Yeah. But yeah, no, with the freshly cured resin, when you get the buds that are cured, like, you know, and this is something else, the never touch, so this leads into it. So here's some really good OG, and I know fucking Nikka T appreciate it. Some Larry OG, sun-grown, really proper. I got this from a friend of mine at Harborside, but this is like so good. This is all like organics, great. Now, imagine we want to try to take terpenes, or we want to take the resin off of that. Look at that trim. There's not a leaf on that. So that was dry trimmed, right? And so if you're trying to like run that kind of material, then you're kind of, in my opinion, you've already got molested resin. So what I've been doing is having the farmers not trim the bud and keep it on the stick. You know, and that's what Bubbleman wanted for his brand. It was very strict about like the type of material and resin, and you know, I think even myself, I'd worked with a lot of fresh frozen. I was like, oh, really? That's how you want it? And I'm thinking, okay. But as we went through that process, I can tell you that the resin itself is more stable. And it captures like an amazing flavor,
Yeah.
You know, and it's like grapes. It's like, do you want to take these grapes off the vine, or should I like beat them against the wall and then give them to you? And give them
What I've been playing with is like you said, I like the variability of the conditions and like everything about the freeze dryer. Also, the one I'm using, yeah, it's variable plate temps and things like that. But I'm really digging you can almost over dry something to the point where, yeah, it's going to be less terpy, but it looks just like, you know, diamonds. And then if you wanted to, you know, say get a greasier, you know, Gorilla Glue strain or something like that, and you want to make it greasier and still stable, it can stay out on your coffee table for weeks or whatever. But it's cool to be able to play with those variables. Is that something that you've noticed as well? Because I kind of agree with you on the curing the resin for sure. I like it fresh, untouched. That's why I like the fresh frozen. But what I've been playing with is, you know, curing after the fact. Say after you've extracted and freeze dried it. Like as you know, we've always kind of cured in like a wine cooler, like 52 degrees to 59 or something like that, to really, you know, above a fridge temperature, to really give it like those heads. They seem to swell back up because, as you know, they kind of shrivel when you dry them. So it's kind of cool to see them like swell back up and become more stable. So that I agree with you. I like the cured resin as well. But something we've been doing is doing it after the fact. You know, instead of the dried, cured bud and then washing and freeze drying, and doing kind of the opposite of that. You're taking the fresh frozen resin, washing, drying, and then curing the resin, you know, in a fridge or however you'd like to cure it, you know.
Yeah, I'd like to touch on this real quick if I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, one of the main reasons that I used to, you know, that really I started playing with fresh frozen is the commercial aspect. And just as, you know, Ken just said, it's so hard to control all of the growers. And so for us, getting fresh frozen material, you had that much more of a likelihood of it being untouched.
Exactly.
That's why we started playing with fresh frozen. Now, I agree. I love playing with both dry and fresh frozen, and I think certain strains and certain growers we do a lot better with when they produce fresh frozen material for us, whole plant material. Then there's some grows where their whole plant fresh frozen material is so dense and so wet because it was so wet when it went into a freezer. It's harder to get everything out of that material. When you see low yields, 7% yields and stuff, because we're not trying to agitate that material too much, but to actually get in there and get all those trichomes from that fresh, hard, rock, can be more difficult to get those proper heads out and get the yield that you need in a commercial environment. But obviously, there's something to be said about both fresh frozen and dry, just depending on how it was produced.
I'm sure you'd agree also that, I mean, the resin is much different in, say, like California. Like, I love running dry material in California. It's just that their climate is much more moist.
And dry material in California is kind of like that gooey material. I wouldn't even, unless it's like been sitting for years. I mean, I've ran stuff from like a year ago. Like a year ago's outdoor harvest in California, and it's still been gooey. So yeah, definitely environment for sure.
Yeah.
Are you guys noticing with the freeze dryer that the end result is a lot more stable, or does it still wax out, butter out a lot?
I've ran into both, like I was kind of describing before. It's like you can, before we acquired one, before we purchased it, talking with Fletch and other people like that use it, you can really over dry, or say you can also like extremely under dry, and the variables are extreme. Like you can all of a sudden like dry it an extra hour, or your pumps works better, in the next hour because it ran twice. So like it is harder to play with than, like, say, when you microplane or sieve, you're like, oh, let's leave it out a little bit longer and you can test it and things like that. But I honestly think it's amazing because you can make some stuff that looks like isolate. You can take, and freeze dry the hell out of it, say 12 hours on a dry and like a 12-hour freeze, and it'll just be this most stable white resin heads you've ever seen. But they're gonna taste not like much, just like general hash, which is a good taste I like. But for other people, like we were saying, the consumer, the patient, some people like it fresh and greasy, some people like it really dry and stable. Like, it's a hard thing to figure out, but we honestly like to do a little bit of both.
Yeah, like you were saying too, with the long cure, we run a lot of fresh frozen, and it's interesting to see when it comes out and you sieve it properly and it's dried properly and you see it and it's great and you hit it, and then you leave it in the fridge for maybe 5 or 6 months and you hit it again, and it's a completely different product. It's very greasy, but it's still, the flavors have changed in a good way for some strains, but also obviously some strains you may like them more fresh.
I agree. We've always kind of said that that when you put your hash in the freezer, say when it's still in the powder form or when it greases, whatever, it kind of like puts the hash in a homeostasis. It doesn't really change, but it dry. What we've also noticed is we've had hash from, say, 2 years ago, or from Legends of Hash and stuff like that, that's still in the freezer, and it's actually lost weight. It's actually dried in the freezer. Once again, like I dig on the fridge or like a wine cooler, is the temperatures are a little bit higher. But it doesn't. It like brings out more terpenes, like kind of like what Tony was saying. The cured in a good way, not the freezer cure where I feel like it's leaving it in the same state.
I feel like if you don't completely bone dry your product and then put it in the freezer, it's going to be unstable. If it's a bone dry product and you've dried it for a long period of time and then you put it in the freezer, I think the freezer can be viable. But I agree. I definitely prefer a drier climate in reality.
Yeah, definitely. That's what's been cool about the freeze dry, though. Say, is like if we wanted to go, to Cali or Spain or Amsterdam. Amsterdam would be amazing for the freeze dryer because, I mean, as Mark and and Skunkman would know, this, like, us at Legends, like, we definitely kept our hash on pretty cold before we got there because we knew that the fresh frozen, it's gonna expand out and grease and all that, and we knew it wasn't gonna white out. We were definitely confident of that, but we know with all you old school heads, you like the really stable dried resin,
I could tell you, even dry sift, I used to carry it around in film cans, and if it was hot and humid outside, no matter how dry my dry sift was, whether it was fresh, new, or old, because I kept dry sift around for 12, 15 years, and it was still basically almost in exactly the same shape as when I put it away. Maybe it had lost a couple percent of the THC and the tiny bit of the terpenes, maybe.
I smoked some of that 13-year-old.
It was basically great.
Yeah, I smoked some of that 13-year-old dry sift. It was very strong and still melted like water.
Have you guys noticed with, I don't know if a lot of like this is directed towards Tony and like I guess Nikka T, people who test have to test in like regulated markets and things like that. But have you noticed that say like a drier product will be higher in THC and less in terpenes? Because when we're testing through Steep Hill back about a year ago, we noticed that our highest THC batch was actually from a dry trim run from these people called Natural Remedies, and it had literally no terpenes in it, but it was something high like 85% or something like that. And then normally our fresh frozen is about 69% THC.
And this was dry sipped you were talking about? Dry sipped?
Bubble hash.
Oh, bubble hash. Well,
Yes.
that might have washed away some of the terpenes.
Correct, but then with the fresh frozen, as we were noticing, is like we're getting about 69, to 75% THC, and then a high terpene, percentage. But with the dry, it would be a lower terpene percentage, but very high THC.
And with dry sipped, that was 99.9% resin heads. The highest I've ever seen was in the low 80s, which blew me away. I think it was 82, 83% THC.
Yeah, that's about the highest we've seen.
That was skunk number one.
You always told me, Sam, that you preferred, the 60% over the 70.
Well, it's easier to smoke because the goddamn 99.9% stuff runs right through my damn stainless steel screens, even though I've got really fine ones.
Right. Yes, you do have very fine ones.
So that's why I preferred the lower, just because of ease of use.
But what about on your Dabinator nail?
No, you can use it like that, the 99. Because what 99.9 is basically it's micro encapsulated drops of oil, each covered with a little layer of wax. Trichomes heads.
Trichome heads. I think we're going to have Todd McCormick come in from down in California in the next little bit. He says he's got a couple of special guests. That'll be fun.
I would say the best way to describe this freeze dryer situation to the audience, though, is kind of like this. If you looked at professional tennis, and you look at the rackets they use, and you look at the sweet spot from the person that just goes to Walmart to buy a racket, they got this big sweet spot. And then on the pro racket, it's this really small sweet spot. Or you look at it like cars, like the Indy race cars. It's a fine-tuned machine, and the race car drivers at that level are tuned that way. So anyone that's been using them understands that. So you're like pulling out the Ferrari, you're pulling out the race car, and you have to know how to really use it. And ultimately, each one of those cultivars is going to offer something a little different. But
yeah. A great example, Tony, is I've had varieties that were truly wondrous. They were beautiful ganja, but you just couldn't get a decent yield of hash from them. So it was useless.
Yeah. And I also think when Ken was talking about the fresh frozen, that's like, so monoterpenes are making up a proportion of that, and you've got these different types of probably moisture that's in there versus a dry head. Everything I've been using, I guess, out here has been fresh, and it's been more dry, which then I'm also extracting terpenes a different way these days, and I'm able to kind of do like restoration hardware on your hash. And everything's never touched, like we were talking about, using everything I've done as a freeze dryer first. This one right here. So it's the same material and the same first run as I made with this stuff, just as a different texture.
Any difference in taste, Tony?
I think that the butter itself, this like really nice butter, it's easy to work with. It's definitely a little louder on the nose, and I think the flavor is a little better in a butter. I prefer like these types of consistencies. However, and I didn't think I was going to like the other consistency, but the fact that you can get like every little bit out of it, right? Which I didn't think this was going to be like this. because that's a factor. You want to be able to get everything out of it, you know. And when you have something like this, you could use it as an upside down carb cap, and then just finish it off. And it's an oil that is friendly in both worlds, I think. You know, like if you were into anything else, like BHO or PHO or anything, holy water or anything like that, it's a consistency that a lot of people can gravitate towards. This definitely hits way harder.
And Tony, is that basically the exact same product, but one's been whipped and the other not?
It's the same starting material. It's a first run of a 73 and a 90, and then it was basically washed, freeze dried. Both of them were freeze dried, relatively the same, pressed out, collected, and then they went through two different processes. One used kind of this non-whipping tech that I do, that's like a warming tech from below, and the other one I used the same terpenes from the strain as a distillate to make it into this I don't know, this more raw oil. So this one definitely is stronger. This one has made me cry every time. So, and it makes sense because you look at it and you look like that's like exactly activated. You know, it almost looks activated. I would say this would compare to what Ken was talking about, the dry, maybe that dry bud run versus the fresh frozen.
It looks slightly darker than the old Brotherhood of Love honey oil.
Right? And then this one is more of a blonde kind of, this one's more of a blonde butter, real easy consistency. This one smells louder. It tastes a little bit better, but it doesn't make me cry, you know? And then I just put them together, and then you got both coming together. But I think that's kind of like the difference in the fresh frozen. I always felt fresh frozen tasted to me.
I would agree. When it comes to taste, it's hard to beat. I just worry because of the reactions I've had from smoking pot that's too fresh.
But you smoked it every year, 10 years in a row, and got 10 months of laryngitis, correct?
No. I would get a couple weeks of laryngitis.
Couple weeks. But you still did it to yourself every year for 10 years.
Yeah, because I wanted to try the new plants that I had harvested of haze.
So that just goes to prove that fresh material, even though it could make you sick, you still have to taste it.
Well, not only that, but even after I got laryngitis, I just smoked it anyway.
So do you think that it's the wet plant material that gave you the laryngitis, or possibly the wet resin? Because I think that it's definitely...
think it was the wet plant material because I dried it a couple weeks till the branches snapped. No, okay. I mean, you know, it wasn't completely bone dry from a cure dry, but it was fucking dry, man. It could be smoked easily, rolled easily. That was not the problem. The problem was it was just, I mean, original haze, think of the loudest, most terpene variety you can think of and double it.
Wow.
You know what I'd love to see is people making drops of, like, you know, how say they do with whiskey or scotch, like just like an 18-year-old, you know, like 100 grams of a 2-year-old fresh frozen or something like that. That would be so amazing. Like I have personal stuff of it, but yeah, not enough to like do a drop of or something like that. Would be so amazing. It's something I've been thinking of and for a long time.
I second that.
The ultimate would be to put it in an ampule of glass, flush it with nitrogen, and then, you know, melt the glass and stick it in the freezer -30 and don't ever take it out until you want it.
That's the Han Solo tech.
It will keep perfectly for 25 years.
Yeah, that is the Han Solo tech. Holy shit. We're gonna Han Solo this shit. Just give me a couple of seconds here.
Well, and I would like to say something on behalf of Fresh Frozen though, because you got two really good 4 really good hash makers on there that swear by fresh frozen. And when it's done properly, you know, let's put that in perspective, because we don't know who this guy that Sam was smoking every year fresh frozen from, you know. But when it's done properly and it's cured properly, it's really fucking hard to beat.
I'm just laughing to myself right now, thinking of the person who's literally buying handsolotech.com right now.
Yeah, like this is some fresh frozen here. I mean, there are definitely times where if you don't dry it properly, or you know, it was over frozen, like Nick was saying there, you're not going to get the yield that you may want. But you also, you know, if it's not dried properly, you are going to get that kind of sore throat, or you know, a bit of just a raspy hit. It's not as smooth.
Oh, you might.
With
Really?
the moistures there, like you were saying, for sure.
Oh, cool. I wanted. That's great that I wasn't just imagining this for 10 years.
Oh, no. It definitely, if it's not dried properly, I notice personally that it affects my chest a little bit more.
Okay.
But if you do dry it right, and it's really not a difficult thing to dry it properly.
But you understand my concern.
Oh, 100%. And we do, we're just starting to run dry material a little bit more regularly now. And I have to say that it comes out great as well. I definitely wouldn't say I prefer fresh
dried and cured
dry
material, I've never seen it happen.
Yeah, no, it doesn't happen with the dry at all. But I would definitely say that if your water hash is not done properly from fresh frozen, or even I'm sure if it's dried and it's not dried properly as hash, you still leave moisture in it or something like that, it can definitely be a little bit raspier as well.
And fresh frozen that has a high terpene content, if you take it to a hot, humid place and expose it when it's dry in the glass where you took it from, but you take it to some place hot and humid and you open it, does it absorb water like bad?
I mean, it doesn't usually stay as a perfect powder, but it doesn't give me the chest that unproperly dried hash would give me. But I usually have it somewhere, you know, in like a silver
what
jar.
I'm saying is the hash itself. Okay, when I take bone dry silk to a hot, humid place, it absorbs water from the atmosphere.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that for sure. It does and can do that.
That is
but
higher
I
than
don't find
terpene. I was wondering, does it have a worse problem?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to answer that. I just know that, like, in my apartment, it's usually quite humid and hot. I have a lizard, so it has to be, you know, in the 80s usually, just for him, because he just walks around on the walls. But
heat is bad. Humidity's the worst.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, it definitely stays as something that doesn't affect my chest like undried hash does. But it does grease up for sure.
You should also kind of mention Adam, West Coast, who's speaking right now. He is extremely sensitive to cannabis resin. He's like highly allergic to it. So when he works, even washing, not dry sifting, he has to wear a full face mask so he can breathe, so his chest doesn't all clump up on him. So often people like that, because of their, you know, sensitivities, they almost have a unique ability to judge these things because of how much more sensitive their system is in regards to inhaling or even just touching them.
Yeah, if I'm in the room, even like if we're done making, you know, our day's work or whatever, and I'll maybe, you know, forget something in the spot and I'll go back to get it. If I don't have the mask on for more than 5 or 6 minutes in that room, it's even after the hash has been made and it's all cleaned and even just the remnants of it is in the room, it really affects my breathing. But that being said, I can smoke it, you know, as resin. Dry sift definitely is more of a, you know, a harder thing for me to smoke a lot of, just because of, I guess it's the pollen or whatever it is that's actually affecting my chest. But yeah, the respirator really helps, but I definitely, you know, you get some water in your gloves or something like that, and you get pretty itchy hands for the rest of the day for sure.
I love that it's like literally potential hell for you, and you would rather be doing nothing other than that.
Hey man, it's a blessing to be able to do what we do on a regular basis, and I wouldn't, if it kills me, I'll take the L.
Nice. Well, props to you, dude, because I feel terrible for you. I cannot imagine not being able to dip my arms in there and just like, I mean, sometimes sifting, and it's just like.
Oh yeah, Sifting's a hard thing as well. I have to take breaks during sifting, but I still love to do it. It's definitely something I'm pretty passionate about.
I used to really love to drink the bubble water.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first time we made bubble, we drank it. It was really crazy, actually. It didn't taste bad, but it probably wasn't something I would drink on a regular basis.
Yeah, you'll definitely see the cleanliness of your grower when you start drinking the bubble water. Let me tell you, they do any funky weirdness to that shit, you will be tasting it in that water.
If there's any foliars or anything that didn't flow correctly, you'll taste it, man. We stopped after a while because certain clients we'd have, as you probably know, you've seen the news articles, like the Colorado companies out here have a big problem because they grow in these warehouses that shouldn't even be, occupied, but they're growing in these wet, warehouses, so they all have problems, so they have to use pesticides, a lot of them. So we stopped after a while. We only do it with good growers, but it used to be, I loved it, man. It's like a good cookies water or purple water is so good.
I used to see Ken walking around, and he'd be like, after like working all day, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? He's like, oh, not much. And he'd be like just drinking it like coffee.
I used to make our employees, people would wash with us and drink it too, just to when you first start, it really does show you a lot, about that grower and stuff. You're like, oh my God, there's that's literally a foliar spray I just drank. Yeah, it sucked, but now you also know that those terpenes could be affected, and the hash isn't going to be as great, or whatever you want to say. At least you did go through and experience that grower. Maybe you shouldn't drink that water, or maybe not. Keep as much for head stash.
Yeah, exactly.
My employees who used to work for me in my greenhouse and would be harvesting plants all day for weeks told me that while harvesting the plants, they were getting high from the terpenes, maybe. Well, there was resin on their arms, but I didn't think it would go transdermal. So I went and got piss tests, and with their permission, I piss tested them to see what happened. And it all came up negative. They were working 8 hours harvesting plants, giant plants, covered with resin, and they came up negative. But when I had them grinded up to make sifting materials, they tested positive from breathing it.
Interesting.
Dust, THC dust, not the terpene.
And when you tested yourself and it came back like 98% THC, were they surprised?
Well, I didn't test myself, or maybe I did, but I probably tested. No, you know what? I didn't, because I already knew what my test would be.
Triple positive.
Well, it wasn't a fair test. Whereas the gal who was working for me was not a smoker. So, but she was saying it was affecting her. So the terpenes were modifying her effects. But when she actually was grinding up materials to be dry sifted, she tested positive. And when she went home at night, she says, "Man, I slept so strong. I know something happened." And I piss tested her again the next day, and bingo.
Bingo. So you piss test your employees, hey?
Well, no, actually, I gave her a mask, and she didn't want to use it. And no, I piss tested her at her request. I went and got it. Because she was convinced she was getting high.
If you were piss testing your employees, it would be to ensure that they had at least a certain level.
See, if they don't have enough THC in their blood, that means they haven't been working hard enough.
Hey, welcome, Fletch. Oh, you're muted. What's going on? Jesus Christ. Try that. No, you're going to have to shut your browser down and come back. Stuff happens here on Hash Church, you know. We can only... hopefully we see Todd here come in real soon. He's going to bring a couple of guests.
Fletch is going to come back. Fletch has got shit to say. You know he does.
I have a question for everybody in the short run. What is the highest THC level of water hash or dry sift or rosin that anybody's seen tested?
Well, we've tested upwards of 94% THC multiple times from one client, one strain.
In what? What product?
In our water hash, actually, before rosin, and then once we rosin, we were right at like similar numbers. It was interesting.
How could the rosin not be higher than the water hash it came from?
Who knows? You got to take into account the variables of the labs.
Labs.
What's that?
You always got to do 2 labs, at least 2 labs to compare the data.
Yeah, redundancy is important for certain.
No.
Yeah, we used to do triplicates, Tony.
At least.
It keeps moving me. Sorry, one thing I want to mention is that the labs are just still not standardized today, so I should preface it with that. But we've been hitting, multiple mid-90s lately, as far as high test goes with our water hash and our rosin.
Are you noticing that your rosin is higher than
That's amazing, because I made resin that was 99.9% resin heads. I mean, Bubbleman's photographed it and everybody's seen it. And it was only 83% THC.
But it had that waxy cuticle, right?
Absolutely, it did.
Rosin should be higher in THC, correct?
Yeah, but all water hash has it too.
Yeah, but then once you rosin it, you're removing a lot of it.
Yeah, but you said they have the same levels.
What's that?
You said they had the same amount of THC.
On that test result, because I was saying that the labs are just not standardized, and I should have prefaced it with that it's so hard. I've tested. I mean, we test.
We were lucky because we had our own internal lab, and we were really, really dependable. We had guaranteed. The first thing we did was guarantee that we had replicable, dependable results that we could duplicate really easy. And if we sent it off to 2 other labs, they got the exact same results. And not the flaky labs that you're dealing with. I'm talking about internationally known labs that have been doing this for decades.
Since you're telling
the hardest parts.
I think we're already seeing that the majority of the labs out there are not accurate. Period. At least over here.
I think they're honestly trying.
They may be trying, but at the end of the day, the reason that the majority of these people are testing cannabis in Washington or in Oregon or in Colorado is because it's a business, not because they're researchers. And most of these labs act as a business first, in my experience. And there's been cases against them for that kind of stuff, too. I mean, up here in Washington, there's been a handful of labs that were increasing the test result numbers and just putting out fudge numbers just because the people are their good customers, and I don't think that's necessarily doesn't help anything.
I know growers that used to take their stuff to 3 different labs, then they would show the dispensaries the results that favored whatever it is they were trying to do.
Right, exactly. And for example, like in Oregon, every single batch that hits the dispensary has to be tested, but all you have to do is test 1 nug and put it on whatever big bag of weed you've got. I mean, it's not, a lot of this is very, hit and miss and selective in where you put it and where it gets tested.
It's funny because when they test grains like the USDA, they stick a sample scoop into the bag of grain and take it from the middle.
Right. Well, for weed, everybody gets to choose what nug represents your pound.
But there's also been, studies where just patients have gone, to the different dispensaries and tested, and grabbed different edibles, and that's what's put some edible companies on blast, as we've seen, because they're calling an edible 100 milligrams and showed 5 milligrams of THC in it. So there's somewhat standardization that's trying to happen, at least in Colorado. We push for it every day.
I will say this. I don't get a lot tested. I don't have a relationship with a lab that I trust that shows me things. But I've been lucky to have a relationship with Sam for a long enough time, and he did have these internationally renowned labs testing for so many years that he really got to know his terpene spikes and his is it not correct that you were able to usually from a GC analysis, recognize a particular terpene spike that was the skunk #1?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so that's a lot of testing and an intimate relationship you had with the lab.
Even in the best days, we never had more than 50 or 60 of the more common terpenes. We didn't have
Okay, so when I first smoked your hash, the dry sift, it was shocking to me how strong it was. Like literally shocked me how strong it was. And you said it was somewhere around.
Hey, Mila.
Hey, how's it going there, Mila?
Yay.
Welcome to Hash Church, Mila. We're just chatting about the thing that we all love so much.
Okay,
hash.
sounds good.
I'm in the empty chair, Mila. I'm the invisible man.
Yeah, we have SKunkman Sam.
Okay.
The invisible man.
Okay. Okay.
And yeah, we're just talking about hash. Tony has a big smile on his face.
Well.
Greetings, Mila.
Hello. How are you? Welcome to everybody. I see all kind of faces there.
Yes, welcome. If you know what, why don't we give you the floor if you want to tell a little bit about your history with hashish. Where did it all start for Mila?
1964.
When did you smoke? When did you, your whole story.
In 1964, I started to smoke hash.
Well, that was just 10
I
years
don't know. I'm also just waking up, man.
Nice. Well, roll up a spliff and we'll have some conversation and you can jump in anytime you like.
Okay, that sounds good.
That's probably a good way to do it. As Baba Rob would say, blow smoke towards the Vatican.
Mila beat me by a couple of years because I didn't smoke hash till more like maybe 66 or something like that. I smoked weed the first year.
Here you could only get hash. There was no weed at that time. It came from sailors.
The only reason I got red Lebanese hash was because I lived in Hollywood. If I had lived most places in California, there wouldn't have been no hash either.
Over here there was only hashish. There was coming from the harbor, from Turkey and Lebanon. That was the first hash that we had.
How was that hashish, Mila?
Pardon?
How was the hashish?
It was okay. Yeah, I was rolling on the floor laughing the first time I smoked. I was trying to get to my bed, cycling with my legs in the air.
And what country was it from? Was it Turkish?
Immediate love at first experience.
And what variety was it, Mila? Was it Turkish?
It might have been Turkish or it might have been red Lebanese. This is a long time ago.
There used to be really good Turkish in this town. It's long gone, but I can remember really good Turkish.
Yeah. It didn't get really good till I got to Afghanistan. Then we had some superb hashish over there.
Hey, welcome Todd McCormick. If you're there, I'm not sure if we lost you or not, if he came and froze in, but I know he's at the International Cannabis Conference right now in California.
How's his new magazine getting off the air?
I think it's good. There he is. Welcome, Todd.
Hi, Todd.
What up, Todd?
We lose him again? I think we did. Oh, I bet you know. He's probably so annoyed that his shit isn't working.
He can fix it easy. He's a computer expert.
He will definitely fix it, I'll tell you that much. Guaranteed. Well, we got 1,069 people watching live, eager and ready to hear good stories. We got Mila just came into the room. We got Mr. SKunkman Sam, and now the Bizarre Brothers just rolled into town. There's Mr. Space.
How you doing?
Space is the place.
That's right.
Yeah, dude. Welcome, dude.
What you doing this morning?
No, I think I got cut off.
That's all right.
You didn't get cut off.
No.
How you guys doing this morning? Hello, Mila.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, it's evening over here.
Sorry, I had to mute your mic. I'll unmute you in a second. The Tony's mic had some reverberation coming through.
That's what it is.
Are you fixing it?
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Right on. Bizarre Brothers. Very good. Nice to have all these hash makers and hash aficionados, lovers of hash. And people are stoked. They're stoked to, shout out to Rihanna Fletcher. Total shout out to Rihanna Fletcher in the chat room. Good friend Rihanna from Vancouver. Expecting her first baby, I believe, here in the near future. So good luck with that, and I hope it all goes wonderful and that you bring a beautiful little baby person into this world. And maybe they'll love hash. Who's to know?
So here's a question for the panel, I guess. What's everyone's favorite, just thing to puff on? Could be a strain or a cultivar, I guess, or a type of hash. But I mean, for me, my favorite is definitely full melt bubble. Dry sift is great as well. I really like rosin, but I would say that bubble is by far my personal favorite anyways.
Well, geez, I would have to be like, hard to say, I definitely like full melt bubble and full melt dry sift, like the 99% heads, the cultivars that were grown to perfection, and they just have those smells and flavors and the way they taste, and they're smooth in the pipe. There's just, I think they're both on par for myself, almost like each one is another side of the screen with the hash melting.
I wouldn't turn down either one.
No.
Yeah. It's all about the strain, how it was grown, what wax to oil ratio. There's so many variables as to which one I would prefer at that particular time, for which strain. Dry sieve, hazes I love. But hazes, when I make them,
a lot of trouble to dry sift a haze. I have a lot of trouble dry sifting hazes. I get such low yields.
I guess haze crosses out here because I don't really.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's what I do too. I make haze skunks and stuff like that. No problem. But pure hazes.
That's what I mean.
I'm
talking more like that haze hybrid compared to something like an OG or a sour.
Hey, welcome Todd McCormick back with Aryan from the Greenhouse Seed Company and the Strain Hunters. Thanks for showing up, guys.
Hey, thanks for having us. We're at the International Cannabis Business Conference. I was just lucky enough to present Aryan in a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Thank you very much.
Oh, well.
It's a great honor.
You're the one that deserves it. Though, we were talking about hashish today, and I mean, when I did my first magazine back then, you busted out some of your collection, let me take photos of it, and yeah, it blew me away. But, you've been retailing hashish now in Amsterdam for, 25 years plus now, right?
Yeah. Since '92, I started selling hashish out of the Tolstraat.
Wow. All of an import hash at the time, no Dutch hash.
Yeah, no Dutch hash. And still, basically, all we sell is only import hash. Because we consider the hash from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, Morocco by far better than our own hash.
Wow.
We don't say, because, of course, our own hash is in many cases stronger. And a lot of our plants are being grown in Morocco, so we get them back. But the authentic taste and the authentic aroma of hashish from Morocco and Nepal, according to me, I used to be a chef, I used to have a restaurant a long time ago, is by far better than any of the stuff that we create ourselves.
Wow.
But that's my personal opinion.
Right. The nuances of it is what brings it through. We were talking about it before because a lot of these things that make the cannabis from these specific localities, be it, Nepalese finger hash or Moroccan hash, is, dare I say, the contaminant. It's the other particles, other than the resin, that gives it the unique characteristics of that location.
Well, it has it first has to do with the height where the plants are growing. It has to do with the soil. It has to do with the way it's processed, the way it's fermented. For example, in Morocco, the harvest is in October, and the people don't start hitting the plants on the zips before January because they do that in the night because you need cold nights. In the day, it's too warm to work. So first of all, these plants have been bushed together in a big shed with all the leaves around. This is the perfect way to fermentate. So there's a lot of things that make the taste the difference. That's why, because it's so good. You can compare it a little bit like wine, you know. No wine is good when it's just been harvested. So, and the same for all our stuff in our Western countries. We harvest and we sell directly. Basically, it should be shelved at least 2-3 months before you do anything with it.
Wow.
So, and this, you know, like now you see all the electronic cigarettes or all the pipes or all the dabs or all the shatter. It's all made directly, and it's all infused with terpenes that are synthetic terpenes in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very strong. But you know, I prefer very good food.
Right, organic.
Organic, very
original.
very tasty food, and not the one from McDonald's. Let's put it that
No,
way.
it's true. You know, there's guys like we have. Hey, Nikka T, what's up? You know, there are people that put their signature to it in a way that really, like in French, you will hear from later, that really put a touch to it that is something that can't be copied. I mean, when certain people process the plant, there's just something about the nuances and the way they're handling it that kind of gives it kind of like a personal touch. You know, I can always tell Frenchie's hash or Vernon Phillips hash when I get it to me. You know.
Hey, look at the old skills. If you look to the charas in Malacca or up in Himalayan Pradesh, in the north of India, it takes a whole day sitting in the sun. Yeah, because that's where you have to be to make the real charas, and you can make 8 to 12 grams. Now, who in the world is going to have a headache at the end of the day because you have a headache, terrible, and grow and rub 8 to 12 grams?
Right, half ounce, nothing.
So this is the original art of making hashish, and this hashish, I can tell you, this real jungle charas. So you have to go up 2,000 meters. For you guys, around 6,000-7,000 feet. And if you can find that, the non-cultivated one, the real jungle one. It's tremendously nice. It's the same with Nepal. In Nepal, it's probably the highest in the world. There you can grow up to 3,000 meters, sometimes 3,200. Yeah, the stuff is incredible, incredible. It's like an art, you know.
Right. You know, we're seeing more and more in America now that more people are growing all over the country, and you know, Nikka T is joining us from the Mile High City. I do believe.
Is that Denver?
That is Denver. That's absolutely right. Right. And Mila, hello, Mila. You know, obviously.
Hi.
Hey, I didn't recognize you. Mila, where are you?
How are you?
Where are you? Are you in the Mile High City?
I'm in Amsterdam. It's snowing and it's evening.
Oh, I feel sorry for you.
Love to you, Mila. Hello. It's interesting. What are some of the more popular varieties of hash that you guys still
Well,
sell?
listen, you have one of the biggest experts in the world. I didn't even realize she was on the screen there. Some of the most popular hashes. Well, for me, still number one is good old landrace blonde Moroccan. I think the aroma and the smell when you open it, we call it butter hash. You have it with Christmas always. Is superb, but at the same time, they're really good in Nepal and they're really good Indian one. Of course, there's also really, really good Afghani. But the problem with the Afghani in the past was they used the same tunnels that they used the opium for. So you got really stoned because they put like 10-20% of opiates through the hashish. It all comes out of illegality, of course. It's another disadvantage of products being illegal. So I don't consider that the best one. So for me, it's like Nepal, India, and Morocco, where is the best hash.
Oh, I love it. I love it. How about you, Mila? Can I ask you, what's your favorite import hash? You're sitting there in the capital of cannabis for so many decades.
I think the time when I was in Afghanistan in '68, it was really great. And I doubt very much there was already being opium added in those days.
I was only 3 years old, so I don't remember.
We're a few decades younger, right? Just a few.
Some of the most amazing experience I had with some sadhus up above Manali. And we freshly rubbed it and smoked it, and it was like hallucinogenic. It was amazing. Yeah.
We also have SKunkman Sam hiding in there. Hey, Sam, what's your favorite import cultivar? Your favorite import hash?
Oh, he's muted. Let me unmute him. He might unmute him. Let's see if we can get him unmuted here fast enough. We're trying, Sam. We're trying.
His hand's talking.
Oh,
There
wait.
we go.
Oh, I'm see.
I got you.
Okay, you got it off?
I got you, buddy.
Okay, so I prefer hash I make myself, to be honest. And but imports, I've had fantastic hash from quite literally every country that's a hashish producing country, except for some of the ones up in like Samarkand and places like that, and Kashgar. I didn't go to those. Rob did, but I didn't. And I've had some really, the best hash I've ever seen, the strongest and the best probably, was Afghan. It was pretty pure and pretty clean. But the highs from Manali and Kashmir and Nepal, it's different. It's more irie because it's more like a sativa narrow leaf plant rather than a drug variety. And in Afghanistan, there's always a significant amount of CBD in with the THC. You still get really stoned because you're smoking it at the same time, but the mountain-grown stuff from the Himalayas can be a bit of a cleaner high, maybe not quite as strong, but really good.
Go, Nikka T. You coughing a little bit there? You okay, bro?
Must be the dry weed from Colorado.
Yeah, right. Don't feel cautious. No, it's not like 1,000 people are watching you hack over there, bro.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that tobacco in your spliff? Is that tobacco? Oh.
You're gonna, yeah, it is. It is.
All right, we know why you're coughing. Mila, are you smoking tobacco too, Mila?
Yes.
Oh my God.
My first spliff was with tobacco, and it's more than 50 years ago.
Hey, I don't condone it. But this is what I do, and maybe part of it's due to Mila. I might put my
It's a terrible thing to waste.
You know what? I have been notoriously against tobacco most of my adult life, but when I went to India for the Maha Kumbh Mela, and we brought this beautiful charas from Nepal with us, so we were able to smoke very few chillums before the right people sniffed us out, and we ended up in the right sort of groups and circles. And of course, these guys were mixing their charas with tobacco, and it was kind of like, I was just like, oh no, can't we just do pure chillums? You know, the young guy traveling to India for the first time, and the guy was just like, you know, this is how it's going to be. We're going to have some chillums, and we're going to do it how we do it, and it's going to be fine. And I mean, the buzz I got, it was like a rocket ship. You took a hit off this chillum, and it was like the headspace, because I was so sensitive to tobacco, was like a rocket ship. You just took right off, and then the hash just sort of like kept you up there. And I did it for that trip only, and I've never done it otherwise in my life. But wow, it definitely had something to do unique with the smoking of the charas.
I have to say, you know, for me, it's terpenes, and some are going to argue, but I've just been smoking the same way for most of my entire life, and I can't taste it properly unless it has something for me to balance it off of. It's like my thing that's always standard. It always tastes the same. You know, the tobacco always tastes the same, and I can taste the terpenes more when I balance it off of that. And it's just because it's what I'm used to, you know. It's
and
what
the first time you smoked, was it with tobacco?
it was, yeah.
No, you see, because cannabis is a learned experience. It's not like alcohol. Alcohol hits you. Cannabis, a lot of people when they smoke marijuana the first time, they don't even get high. I mean, that's really a common report, especially in America. But if you smoke it with tobacco and that's how you learned and that's how you get high the first time, then without the tobacco cues, you don't even realize you're getting high. I've had people smoke my pure, clean, sifted hash, and they'd look at me and say, it barely got me high at all. They'd go out on my back porch, light up a cigarette and smoke it and come back and say, I am wasted.
Don't get me wrong, I take dabs and, I smoke it pure, and I had 10 years or more of smoking it pure, without tobacco. It's just, this is what I've gone back to. I don't condone it. I don't condone tobacco use for all those listening. It's just how I prefer smoke personally.
Right on.
Well, it's our history, right? It's what we grow up with. When Arjen was talking about the hashes that he preferred, I was picturing like, man, like in the Mecca in Amsterdam, like running a shop like the Greenhouse and the hash that he got to see, he's going to have a very unique sort of history and past with those hashes. So, of course, in this day and age today, he's going to have those flavors that, you know, trigger all those memories from his past and give those proper flavors, like he was saying, like the chef sort of flavors. And I do see almost the level of pharmaceuticalization that's occurred in the concentrate and hash world these days. We've got things getting so clean that it's almost losing a lot of what that import hash was all about. You weren't only tasting that hash, you were tasting that country.
Yeah, that's good spoken.
Yeah, that's really well put. It is really.
Yeah, you're getting the essence of the country itself. You're smoking the soil, the people that were there growing it. It's definitely, it's different when you smoke hash that's not from your own personal thing. It's a different experience every time, and that's kind of one of the beauties of it.
It's almost a time capsule.
I want to thank Arjen for coming on for me. I know you got a ton of shit to do with everything here.
I got a question for Arjen. Any chance that you have a way to get into Afghanistan and collect seeds?
Yes, I'm going there. As a matter of fact, I'm shooting a new movie next week. I'm going to Africa Friday, and it's really a breakthrough. We're going a very, very big American television network for the first time. So we can't say too much now. It's going to be very, very exciting. It has never been shot before, and it will be broadcasted in America end of the summer somewhere. And then also, yeah, there's a few more we want to make, and we're looking also to going back into Afghanistan to collect some very good stuff.
Have you been there before, Arjen?
I've been there before a very long time, but I didn't collect seeds at that time. I only smoked.
What year was that?
That was early 90s.
Early 90s, yeah. I was there maybe 71, 72.
Yeah.
And I did collect a few seeds, but I wasn't really serious. I wish I would have been more serious.
I was there in '68.
Yeah, did one of your sons born there, Mila?
No, one of my daughters got born in India.
Yeah,
India.
well, very close.
Close. Yeah,
Neighbors. Okay, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for all your input here, and keep fighting.
Yeah, much appreciation for coming on, Arjen. You know, you're a big name in the industry, and we appreciate it. I love the shows that you guys are doing with Strain Hunters, and of course, I've always been a fan of the Greenhouse coffee shops from the Tollstrat days, and having Rob be right across the street to right on the Damstrat there. So, give thanks for all that you've done, brother.
Very cool. All right, man. I'll catch up in a bit.
All right. So how was the conference, Todd? Was there a lot of hash talk going on at the conference, or was it? Oh, he's froze up again, I think. What's going on with the Bizarre Brothers? Coughing? A little boom, double, triple, boom, boom, bam? That's an interesting shade of red that Josh is turning.
Do you have any feedback on us, or are we good?
No, you sound great. Cuban and D420K, welcome, guys.
Well, these guys are trying this raw rosin, the Bubbleman raw rosin. They're like I was trying to show them what I did with their starting into their finished this stuff right here. He's been coughing his brains out. We're almost through this whole gram.
I still got my brains, man. Don't tell them that.
Hey, I want to hear a little bit from the Bizarre Brothers. I want to hear them tell their story about when they started making water hash back in the Jack days. You know, geared up to making it on a larger level, and sort of the inspiration they got from the conical Reinhardt design. Welcome, guys.
Yeah, that's pretty much that. You don't have to press a button. It's ready to go. Well, I started making hash, I do believe 2000, 2001. Made it in First time I seen it being made was in the Cannabis Reverend's bathroom. I was living at his mom's house at the time. Very kind fellow indeed, and yeah, made Melty a few times in Seattle, and came down to California with a big bag of Gilson opals for glass blowing, and some bubble bags trying to get some trim. Everybody kept looking at us funny, like, what the hell you want our trim for? Don't you want nugs? And yeah, whipped up a couple batches down there, came back up to Seattle, and then was there for another year, and came back down to California, where there's a lot of cannabis to really try to bloom what I was trying to do, because I knew down here it would really kind of let me do what I wanted to do. So, you know, after a couple of years, I started making a couple of like bigger batches, gotten into the 20s. I had a friend of mine show me how to like really hone the use of the 20s and manipulate the bags instead of letting the bags manipulate my day. And yeah, one thing led to another in bigger batches, and was still able to maintain the certain quality that I wanted to do just by figuring out exactly what I was doing and applying it in a bigger fashion. Started a underground hash church, or I mean, an underground hash bar in Oakland.
Yeah. Todd, was it conference, or was it?
That looks very nice.
Oh, try to mute yourself when you're done talking. See that little microphone up there?
That was a little bit of reverberation there, Space. You're good.
Ah. But yeah, ran into Josh around 2010 or so, and started a little underground hash bar in Oakland, which kind of allows for that type of thing. They have a Measure Z bar there, or a Measure Z law there, which
it was
allows
the biggest underground hash bar.
Well, it kind of was. I mean, like it.
Wait, is this being recorded?
It had like 7,000 members there at its blooming point, and the city eventually shut us down for having too wily clientele.
That was very cool that you guys did that, though.
Well, yeah, you know, it was a little bit different than what most of other what other clubs were doing in California, because they had restrictions. You know, we kind of set it up with the cannabis culture that we were all very familiar with. We had coffee tables, couches, and bongs, and we got down, we got high, and people really had a good time. And being that there wasn't any restrictions, you know, we could smoke at our establishment, which was a lot different than what other places are doing. Not to say, you know, that the smoking law here is bad in California. You know, it's good that you can't smoke, you know, in places and expose stuff like that to people. But the kind of thing that it does to the cannabis movement is kind of restricting in a way, because the way that we smoke, you know what I mean? And there's a lot to be said for the cannabis culture and the community, and the way that we kind of like smoke with each other and talk with each other, where, you know, most other cultures, they are a little bit distant from each other. And it was a place where that could really bloom. And we had people of every diversity in there. We had people of every age genre. It was a really interesting social melting pot, to say.
Nice. What? When did you jump away from the 20-gallon buckets and start mixing in like 80 or 100?
We started doing that in about 2011, 2012, and it took a little bit. It took a little bit of time to really kind of.
It wasn't so much time. It took a lot of material.
It took a lot of material, you know, to really kind of figure out the thresh ratio and exactly how to convert what we were doing in a 20-gallon bucket.
What do you mean a lot of material?
Well, you know, going from a 3 to 4 pound batch to a 16 to 20 pound batch is quite a jump.
Yeah.
So
you're trying to use the same equipment. We had to get some custom made stuff.
Yeah, I had to get custom whips and stuff like that to actually be able to grab and actually take the trim to town. Otherwise, it would just the whip would just sit there and spin in a large puck of weed and not doing anything. And I knew that was not good. So started working on a minute per pound thresh ratio. And how that works basically is, you can take the math of however many pounds that you're doing, and apply a ratio to that concerns how much threshing is going on. So if you got 2 or 3 pounds, you know, you do the math of how much threshing you want to do through your whole window. Say you're going to thresh for 5 or 6 minutes each pound altogether. To some of you that may sound like a lot. Some of you it may not sound like very much. So if you have, you know, 3 pounds, you want to do 1 minute per pound. Obviously, you do 3 minutes, you know, and so on and so forth. So like transferring that to a larger bin, you know, took a little bit of math as far as like what would rotate with how much ice and how much water and what would it take to actually get everything to move. Because the only thing that's actually getting threshed is what's going through that bit at that moment. So if you got 20 pounds and it's, you know, taking however long to get around, you know, you're able to figure out just exactly how much you need to do before it stops dropping off. You know, at that point you pay attention to your quality and when it starts dropping off. And at that point, you know, you can really like design basically a nice threshing schedule for each particular strain that you would want and be able to expect consistent results each time. And for me, that's kind of like what it boiled down to. If I wanted to, you know, do large batches and them be consistent, then I had to break it down.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's kind of how it works.
We're getting a little bit of reverb. I guess we got Matt Rise in the house.
Wow.
Oh, it's Tony's mic doing that. Okay, I'll mute that. How are you guys doing back there, Todd and Frenchie? Welcome to Hash Church.
Hey. Hi, thank you.
It's great to have you.
Really good.
You are, Frenchie, what I call the ancient future in the making world. You are the bridge.
I like that.
You are the bridge between the old and the new. You're taking the new, but you're doing with it as the old taught you. And so I appreciate that. Welcome.
Thank you.
That is cool. You know, last night I asked Frenchie for some hash, which is something I always do because it's smart to do. And he hands me this beautiful box that looks like it comes from a jeweler. And then when I open it, it had this gorgeous little card in it with his logo and a little explanation of old world history. And the presentation, I got to say, Frenchie, you're killing it. It was absolutely beautiful. It was like this is the nicest presentation for a gram of happiness that I've ever gotten in my life.
That's awesome.
What got you to, what's up, Frenchie?
This is not me, actually. This is Leo from Aficionado. This is an expansion of the seed company, and the presentation of the seed are jewelry box, lacquered black. So it's part of the look of Aficionado. Leo made me the surprise. Actually, it has nothing to do with me. Actually,
I love him. He's so always humble. Yeah, the hash has a lot to do with you. So how long have you been making hash? What got you into this?
I started to make hash as soon as I started to smoke it, basically. And then, when I was a kid, I really waited for my 18 years old to be able to be free and travel. And then that's all I did for 18 years. And in those 18 years, I would spend at least 3 or 4 months in a producing country to get the stock for the year and go and smoke it on the beach, literally. I was a bum. It's not that I was going in those countries really to learn the art. It's just that I was going far enough to get the best quality that I was doing it with a local.
That makes sense. So how long has it been that you've been doing this now?
Over 40 years.
Wow. Wow. Well, you certainly got the hang of it. So what are some of the things you do that you feel like is old school and mixing with the new school?
Well, it's like basically the only really new methodology that changed the game in the tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of years that we've been making concentrate, it's the washing machine and water. Because instead of sieving and agitating at the same time, you can agitate and sieve. Most people don't really use their bag as a sieve, but you really have two different parts of the process so that you can really fine-tune each. The only con with water, it's drying, and it's very hard, but I wouldn't go back to sieving until I'm dry sieving, until it's proven that I'm losing more terpene in my water than I would lose in my sieving room.
That makes sense. Wow. So water hash has actually played a big role in your hash evolution.
Here in the States, yeah, definitely. All my knowledge of traditional methodology that I learned left and right in all those countries has been adapted to water. But I didn't really invent anything. It's like here you make really a big deal of me. But if I go back to Europe or when I go back to my friend in India and those producing countries, we press hash. There's a really huge difference between me and you guys. I don't separate my micron. I want a full spectrum, and I press my hash because I can age it. I can bring it to that higher level where when you press a mass of resin, you make a chemical reaction happen. That mass of resin is not that individual resin head that you're trying to keep separated against nature in your fridge. When you make a mass of resin, it becomes something grander. It's like wine. It's like you bring that resin to that higher stage and you get greatness. When you age resin, it's like you can really bring it to another level. I don't think we can do it with every type of genetic. Like wines, there must be some genetics that are better young, but there is some hash that I have seen age hash. I'm working with the same genetic today that has been even breeded further, and I'm miles away from a piece of hash that is 5 years old.
Well, I do have some 9-year-old stuff that you would just love here, Frenchie. You would have an absolute real love. Fingers on this. This is 9 years old bubble hash. It's got a almost purple look to it, reddish purple when you get close up to it. And it's full melt, it bubbles and does craziness. Now I've cured a little bit of it differently. I've got some other pieces here that I eventually flattened out and let them dry out and room temperature, and look how different they look. That's the same hash right there.
In your left hand, it was unpressed.
This was unpressed. This was never pressed. It was goop like this that I put out on an oil slick pad like this, and then the weight of it turned to this.
Wow. Wow. That's cream.
This tastes like perfume. People don't think it's real when I smoke it with them.
Was that left in the sun?
No.
Hold on, let me just clarify. Mark, you know better than to leave your hash in the sun? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, well, I do a little bit, but I mean, what I mean is it was never heated up. This stuff flattened on its own, and if I were to bend it, it would just go crack. They both taste very good.
That looks like a straight flake of CBN. That's what it looks like.
Well, I don't think it is.
Did you have John Berfelo test it?
No, I did not have John Berfelo test it, but I'll test it right now.
You don't know. So have John Berfelo test that red chip weird shit that you've been hanging on to for 10 years and see what's in it.
No, but you know what?
Is aged and dead, and I'm curious to see what's in it because I don't.
Listen, Tony, the taste of this is so amazing. I can't even explain it to you. It's like perfume. It's insane. If I didn't know it was just hash and someone smoked it with me, I'd say, dude, I don't know what the fuck that guy put in that hash, but it tasted like my grandma's perfume or something. Like this tastes like perfume, bro. I'm telling you.
So it's aged terps and CBN. I bet you it's very low THC.
It's the taste of this hash.
It definitely slightly tastes like potpourri, like the little jar of flowers. That's definitely the flavor that I got.
What did you?
Grandma's bathroom. Where did you keep your stash, man?
Yeah,
Dude,
is
trust
it
me.
possible?
Trust me, it's the hash. It is the hash.
Is it possible that a potpourri flower a long time ago got close to your head stash and you jarred it up and you thought it was?
We are an anti-potpourri family. Our family is against potpourri. We have absolutely no support for the potpourri family or their products.
And how was it stored, Mark? How was it stored?
Okay. Well, I stored a bunch of it differently, but this stuff that tastes the most unique, I eventually took it out of the fridge, I left it at room temperature, and I kept it in like a wooden box. That it was on an oil slick, sitting on a wooden box, and it just shrunk down, and for like the last 5 years, it's just been sitting protected with between two oil slicks like this. And I'm telling you, it's definitely not bad. I know that Frenchie would have a deep appreciation for this. What it is it really opened my eyes.
Very nice.
It opened my eyes to the uniqueness of curing hash out and removing terpenes that were masking the flavors of other terpenes, which I would think is a good portion of why Frenchie would be curing, because the curing is not only aging these proper terpenes into their flavors, but it's evaporating others completely that sometimes mask the taste and the smell and the enjoyment of the ones that are underneath this more caustic, maybe monoterpene that's like a blanket over the hash. You get rid of it. Sometimes you release a nicer bouquet. Would the panel not agree? Absolutely.
Yeah, it could definitely leave the sesquiterpenes and evaporate more of the monoterpenes, for sure.
Right. How long do you like to age yourself?
And also, too, remember that they recently found a new product which I think they named Hasheen or something like that.
Yeah,
and
Hasheen.
It's a degradation product of the other terpenes.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Much like CBN is a degradation product of THC.
Exactly. You have a giant puck of Hasheen CBN, my friend.
That's not so sure. That's not so sure. I have tasted 5 years old hash. You have 0.9% of CBN for over 80% of cannabinoid. It all depends how it was pressed. Once it's pressed, only the shell outside would keep oxidizing and degrading THC into CBN. The inside doesn't move. The only time in my life where I have truly seen a Royal Nepalese temple ball, the ball was 10 years old. The outside looked like really a shitty, hard, not even resinous ball. When you break it open, there is a whole creaminess of the resin untouched, and the stuff had a flavor. When you age, you lose that first sharpness of terpene, so that like when you smoke something fresh, it builds up in the mouth like by little level. When you smoke an aged hash, it takes your mouth super smoothly, you don't feel it. And then behind it, you have the layer of terpenes that come and build up slowly, slowly. It's literally not the same experience. And if there is CBN, it puts you to sleep. And when you press hash well and it's well aged, you don't go to sleep smoking that. That means you have a very low level of CBN. CBN just show that you have used too much heat when you were doing your decarboxylation, or too long. It's like
that speeds it up for sure.
Pressing specifically, it's an art form. It's like people have been pressing resin for tens of thousands of years, and it's a pain. Do you think that the people who invented the game would be pressing resin pointlessly for tens of thousands of years? I don't think so. And if there is something that we really need to check scientifically, it's what's behind pressing, what comes from aging, because this, we can bring the game way further than it has ever been.
Well, it just takes having hash to be able to age hash. People ask me all the time, how the hell do you have a piece of hash that's 9 years old? And I say, oh, I've got plenty of pieces of hash that are 9 years old. I got some 5-year-old ones. I got some, like, of course you want to put some away and experiment with how you put them away.
In Afghanistan, they used to keep the crystals unpressed in clay jars covered with beeswax, and would only actually start to press it when they were ready to smoke it.
Makes sense. Nice way to hold it.
I agree with Frenchie. I was more like it was more of an American way of busting Canadian friends' balls by saying you have a piece of CBN. He has to go get it tested so we can see what's in it. You know. So I agree 100%. Like if you use heat, if you have heat in your process, in a 10-year process, you'll see more CBN. But I'm curious to see what's in it. Because
Zero heat. This pressed itself at room temperature, like that.
You know,
never seen it.
Now, how did you keep it stored though? How have you kept it stored for 10 years? Is this in like?
Well, I have 3 different batches of it that are 3 different textures. I have this one that's as hard as a rock. Okay, it's been held one way. This stuff, which is in a glass sealed jar, is still gummy, and it's squishy like a marshmallow. It's just like, this is the stuff out of the 3 of these that guaranteed Frenchie would be like, oh, let me see that one. What's going on over there? And start playing around with it. These other 2 are rock hard, like wafers that you have to break a piece off. You drop it on the nail, and then it melts into a very red liquid. I'm not going to lie, it's definitely got your CBN color.
And what color was it when you put it away?
It was always pretty dark hash. It was water hash, and the way it got kind of cured before it got made for a very dark water hash.
You can remember all the water hash stuff we made in Jamaica would always come out like that reddish.
Do you remember the stuff we made in Jamaica that was bubbling on the cardboard?
Yeah, well, that's because they knew you were Bubbleman. They wanted to treat us right.
Dude, I'll tell you, they treated us right. That was the first time I ever saw you not snob away water hash.
Well, I ran out of dry sift, too.
You totally did.
That's funny. Well, there's the honest truth of the reason, right?
Well, at the same time, I'll never forget him saying, I bet you this water hash is 70% THC. And at the time, this was many, many years ago, I was thinking, wow, like, he is probably like 2% off maximum, if anything. And I just thought in my mind, what possible history could you live that you knew stuff like that, that you just had an in-house lab that was just testing so many things over the years that you just knew what something would test by trying it. That's an impressive skill.
Well, to a certain degree, you can tell by how much it bubbles. I mean, I'm sure Frenchie, you, everybody who's been deeply involved with hash knows that if you have a really good piece and you heat it with fire, it doesn't really combust, and it bubbles and melts and goes crazy liquid first.
Yeah.
Yeah, bubble hash for me was certainly not water hash. It was actually dry sieve that bubbled. Does it bubble was always the question.
Yeah. Well, if it don't bubble,
it ain't worth the trouble.
That's what they
I agree with that, guys. There is much more than bubbling. It's like you're so focused on the melt.
We were, yes. It let down our road. It just let us down the path that we took.
The only reason, Frenchie, is because there's a direct association between high terpene and THC content and heavily bubbling. Ask Bubbleman. You can ask me. If it bubbles more, it's usually better.
Yeah, it makes sense. So. It's like bubble, it's how much resin has been formed in the resin head, which is an important point of quality. But how much cannabinoid are inside that resin? How wide the spectrum? How much terpene? How wide the spectrum of terpene, I think, is as much important, if not, than the melt. And the more resin that is formed, actually, the less terpene you have in the resin head, because it's the bonding of the phenol and the terpene inside that resin head that create the cannabinoid. So that when you pick up a full spectrum like me, I have that full melt, but I have a lot more terpene profile that to reach, because I reach into those resin heads that have not the melt that you're looking for, but they're loaded with terpene that are not yet transformed into cannabinoid.
Right,
so but a fine balance. It's like
is the plant still alive or is it dead? Because once the plant's dead, no, cannabinoid biosynthesis is over.
Then it's just degradation.
Absolutely.
The only thing I'll say is this. When we took the most epic qualities, Dr. Atomic brought pounds of his perfectly grown cannabis over to my house one time, and we turned it into just this stained glass window water hash. It was so beautiful. It had flavor, and it had the look, and it melted into a liquid, and it was just all around beautiful, beautiful hash. And I ended up taking it to Bob Marley's birthday bash, smoked it with many Rastafarians who had never really smoked anything like it. They were all like in awe of it. And more importantly, he brought it to Nepal for Shivaratri, which was a huge celebration that happens for months, celebrating Shiva. And back in the days, this was back in the day when the king still brought out the ornate log from the palace, and all the hash was on it, and the puja was being given to the sadhus. And he brought this hash, and how it was being done in his circle was you went to these gatherings, and there was a table with many plates of hash out, and everyone just smoked. And it wasn't a contest, but generally whoever's plate was empty first was the word of Shiva in that particular instance, of which hash was the most enjoyed. Hands down, it doesn't matter if you don't think it was, it's the first one that disappeared off the plate. And lo and behold, that hash was by far the first one to disappear off the plate. There was nothing else like it. Everything else was hand-rubbed and cream, and from Himachal Pradesh, and from all over different parts of Nepal and India. And that hash, you know, by sadhus themselves, was chosen over and over and over again to get a taste of. So there's definitely something to be said about a really nice, high-quality, melty resin. There's something about looking at it melting and bubbling that also makes me feel like I'm getting something out of this experience. And I don't know if I'm just creating that in my own mind, but I'm always a little bit more disappointed when my product just sizzles.
Well,
you should close your eyes when you smoke and appreciate all the level of goodness in what you're experiencing in your mouth more than the eyes. I mean, it's like, I understand the pleasure of the eyes, but you don't really taste and appreciate with the eyes. Thank you so much, baby. We're smoking in your honor. We love you, my Cuban d'amour.
You don't appreciate with your eyes. Have you never seen a woman?
No, but I mean, taste, when it's like, I'm talking about experiences, food, and something with the taste bud and the nose.
But you're talking about a culture now that appreciates food by photographing it.
Yeah, but it's like I can fake food. I can trick your eyes. I will never be able to trick your palate and your nose. If it doesn't taste good, it cannot be good. But it could have looked damn good on the other hand. You see what I mean?
Yeah, well, looks is just the first. I don't test only with my eyes. My eyes are the beginning, and they are pretty accurate. They don't let me down too much, but definitely I don't just look with my eyes and then tell someone I know what the quality is, or I know better than that. I know that I need to.
I understand that.
Taste
but
it.
You understand my point? It's like we need to educate the people beyond the melt. We need to have a scoring system that is not only a 6-star melt. We need to be able to have the people experience a different level of degustation, I would say. So that when somebody buy a product, he can understand the value of it, because there is a whole dimension of what represents quality.
Well, that's why you're doing what you're doing. That's why you're taking the path that you're taking, and we appreciate that you're doing that. And we're stoked to have you here on Hash to share your story.
And I absolutely agree, Frenchie, that pressing hash can make it taste better for you and many other people. But there is a limit to the amount of improvement it can't do. You can't press hash and change the terpenes into cannabinoids. That just doesn't happen.
Oh, we do agree. Yeah, no, it's an art. It's like to lock everything inside. It's not easy.
Can I just throw something up? Frenchie just threw me a curveball. Who else has one of these ember sticks?
I have one.
This is awesome. What the hell is this, Frenchie? I'm like,
it's a gift.
It's a killer gift. I've always been a lighter connoisseur, and this is
love it.
next level shit.
I don't have any taste of gas. I don't use a flame anymore, and that's a real gift. When you smoke quality, to be able to really experience totally the full goodness of the product, it's mandatory, basically. It is so good.
There's another one, Arcade.
Something else. At this moment, I'm getting sued by the Dutch government for producing
No.
bubblementers. I was already in court one time, and now on the 22nd of March, I will be there in front of 3 judges instead of 1.
Oh, Mila, you're going to beat them. They're stupid for this.
What are they suing her for?
For selling hash making equipment, and it's well, yeah, to help people make hash.
So what happened in the Netherlands is they started going after grow shops that were basically supplying growers and hash makers with the tools they needed to do it. You would be a criminal there too, Mark, under their law. So they went and they raided Mila's. Is it the hemp hotel?
No. They we just got a letter that my company was now illegal and the people working there also. And then what happened next was that they confiscated a bunch of bags that was arriving by customs took it. Now they looked into it, what they're all for, and it's kind of crazy that this is happening in Holland.
Mila, when was
the right side, the Dutch courts used to allow medical cultivation. And you know, these are the type of things, these are the straws that break the camel's back. And prosecuting you, someone that is so knowledgeable and so ingrained in the community in Amsterdam, for as long as I've been visiting, you've been the hash queen in my world. You know, for over 20 years, you were the one that brought us the pollinator. We were tumbling our buds. I mean, you've been such a pivotal person for us in educating us about hashish. I think the government has made a grave mistake.
Well, my lawyer is quite confident because he says in the first place, you don't have a grow shop, you don't sell anything to grow with, and also my products only come after the harvest, so they're not enticing people to grow. So let's see what happens.
When did you get this
judge that was there had absolutely no idea what the whole thing was about of separating crystals or anything like that.
And Mila, when did you get the letter? Was that about March 11th?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of other people I know got letters too.
Yeah, I know. And because we were not a grow shop, we don't sell lamps or anything, we thought we were okay. And now let's see what happens. But like I said, my lawyer feels very confident that we're going to win this case.
Well, I hope you do.
Yeah, for those listening, Holland has really gone backwards in policy in the last decades. I mean, a few years ago, they wouldn't even allow High Times to rent a facility to have the business part of the Cannabis Cup, the expo, and it was effectively the last Cannabis Cup in Amsterdam. It was really depressing for a lot of people that had made the journey, and then if it wasn't such a coffee shop event, there would have been nothing to do. It's been really difficult, the political pressure that the conservative government's been putting on the cannabis community in Holland, and I hope it changes.
I tell you.
What's really funny, Mila, is Holland was a world leader in cannabis for a decade or two, and now they're just left in the dust. Now the rest of the world's going to legalize and laugh at Holland's, trailing the pack.
Exactly.
Well, in a weird way, the tail of the drug war dragon has finally hit Holland, and it's so surprising that they didn't resist it or duck, because they were really leading the way in a clear-headed policy for so long.
They didn't give up when they became part of the common market in Europe. It's huge. They have been fighting every country in Europe to keep their policy, and now when it's changing, they're changing. It's like, what?
I love it. Frenchie's sitting here pressing hash as we have a conversation, because, when you're idle and you're a hash maker, what do you do but make hash, right?
Press hash, make hash, smoke hash.
It's called the Ember. It's called the Ember, for those of you watching. EMBUR, and the tip looks to be ceramic or something.
It's a little ceramic rod. You can have it only. You can get it only online, I think.
Unbelievable. I love it.
Ember.com.
Force me. Go ahead, force me.
So I came back because there was some talking about testing some of that 11-year-old hash. So I had to come back in and say hello quickly because I was in chat. And we should take a look at that, Mark. I would love to look at it. I'm pretty sure there'll be no THC in it, but we'll see.
And John, do you have an average level of terpene content from bud and rosin and stuff like that?
Do I have I don't have terpenes. No, I have bud from like 15 years ago in jars, my first grow. I got stuff I decarbed in 2010. I got stuff in the freezer for the last 10 years. We've watched it degrade over time, so I haven't tested.
What I really meant was just recent stuff. I was wondering what the terpene levels were running.
I just got my catalog to get my terpene column sent up, so I won't be testing terpenes till next month.
Okay, rock and roll. I'll be excited when you do.
Yeah, so I'm just in the midst of getting all of that data and learning about that. That's kind of.
And what are you using that for? That GCFID?
Yeah, it's the SRI 8106C, and it's specifically a GC made for testing cannabinoids and terpenes. So.
Yeah. Well, that FID, it's great for terpenes. That's what we used to use.
Perfect. So and it looks like it's like extracting differently. It's actually extracting the gas and putting it into the column. So I thought it'd be going into a solid, but it's not. So it's heated into a jar where it's then evaporated into the jar, and then you pull that out and put that into the column. It's interesting.
Yeah, well, sometimes you see headspace units that are more solid state sampling than they can especially be useful when you want to test for solvents, because if you're using a GC, you have to extract your sample with the solvent, and if you're testing for solvents, that's kind of a bitch.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that's the beginning stages of seeing the methanol or whatever you're using normally in the first 3 or 4 seconds of the injection is normally when the methanol comes off, and other compounds, as you know, come off in those first 3 or 4 minutes is when I see any kind of other chemicals or anything else that's been sprayed in the plant. Normally it comes off in those first couple minutes of the process of the oven heating because they're a larger molecule, I seem to see. But interesting, but yeah, I tested my Medi Kush after about 4 years, and it definitely had a different profile. The THC had degraded. The CBD was completely gone, and all over to CBN. That was what I saw, more of the CBD being gone. But that was just beginning testing right now until, of course, I get this off my neck, and then I can test more. That's it. So Mark, we'll see you shortly with that hash.
Right on for hanging in there, John.
So.
I still kind of can't get over this Dutch government thing. Like, I never really heard much about this. Like, what, just a ton of people got letters and they're going to be like, this is a scary thing.
Well, it's mainly meant that grow shops shouldn't be selling to large growers. But the whole thing is ridiculous. The cops came to one grow shop and they confiscated 600 grinders. Now, what little grinders have anything to do with large scale? And also at his shop, they removed all the small bags of worm castings, but left the 20-kilo sacks. You know, they're just crazy. But it's mainly meant that you shouldn't be selling to big grows.
Right. There's no method to their madness, Mila. It's more of harassment. It's more to intimidate people, to get them out of business, and to make them want to give up on this advocacy.
Yeah.
All the grow shops have either gone out of business or they've gone to a general gardening center.
Wow.
Most of them.
How fast things change. Hey, I just noticed that Matt Rise was in the room here. I don't know if he can hear us talking or not. Welcome, Matt. Cuban is also back in the room. He hasn't said anything yet. How are you doing, Cuban?
I'm going to allow another space on back out, guys. Peace. Great seeing you guys all. I respect. Always.
Peace, Johnny. You came through real quiet, Cuban, for whatever reason. I don't know why that was.
Can you hear me good or no?
Oh, yeah, now we can.
Alright, sweet. No, yeah, I was having technical issues. I tried using the laptop so I could hang out with my wife in the kitchen, but it wasn't really working. But it's nice to be on this panel, though, man. A lot of
A little feedback there. Sorry about that, Cuban. There was a little feedback that was coming through there. I think it's time to smoke a bowl.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Talk about 11-hydroxy-THC, specifically John B. Well, that will be a little bit hard to do because John B's not in the room anymore. We'll have to pick that up another time. Can you ask Frenchie what his favorite cultivar or terpene profile is? Sure, I can ask Frenchie that.
Yeah. What's your favorite cultivar or terpene profile?
I don't do favoritism. It's like all my life I had only half a dozen producing countries to satisfy my thirst for terpene. So you have like every country has a certain terpene profile. It changes through quality more than really phenotype even. The only place where I really experienced terroir and a difference between valley and plant was in India when I did charas. But here, for me, every new strain is like stepping in a new producing country. It's a whole new world. So there is no way right now that I can say that I like one more than any other. I really like sour, and I have a sweet tooth. So sour and sweet is really something I enjoy particularly, but I'm more fascinated by the diversity that I have at my disposition. It's dreamland, literally, for a hash maker. It's like I have no word to describe what I feel for all the diversity I have at my fingertip.
I like.
Perfect.
Yeah, I like the response. You know, how many people are using haze varieties, longer flowering varieties to make their hash now? I think that's what's going to see a reemergence into the scene now that more people can feel relaxed and grow their gardens for longer periods without the fear of, get in and get out as quickly as possible.
I hope so. It's one of the mindsets that I'm not against short flowering plants. I'm just against the prohibition mindset that corrals people's opinions into, we got to get the 6-weekers going, we got to get the big heavy yields, we got all these sort of prohibition bummers that it's cool if you want to grow that.
a lot of those plants have got kicked out of my garden time and time again, and a lot of the plants I like the most are not the big yellows. They're not the fastest growers. They're not the ones that actually will show off the biggest buds, but they're the ones that when I smoke them, I like them the most. And I think that cannabis is going to go into a little turnaround where we're starting to see cannabis come in packages or come in joints, and people will stop judging it based on big, gnarly, thick, dense buds, and they'll start judging it on the effect and the taste and the scent and the way it makes them feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's inevitably
It's
heading.
good, as it should.
Yeah.
As they should, you know. That's the path is there's so many different paths in cannabis. Cannabis is much like the spiritual world of India. There's so many different belief systems, but they all kind of in the back pocket believe that no matter what you believe, it's kind of what they believe too. Even though you're believing it a little differently, it's fine, it's cool. We'll all get to the same place eventually. So I appreciate it that there's so many different roads, and you know, we don't have to convince each other that this needs to be the road that you're on, but we can certainly come over and do a little traveling on each other's roads and experience all these different perspectives of the resin and the way we experience it. Cuban's going in for a rip. Nope, that was a picture. You're all muted out. West Coast hitting it. More West Coast hitting it. Hotel room hitting it. Yup. I feel you guys. I feel you guys. 1,016 viewers watching Hash Church right now. Several, I don't know, 500, 600, 700 of them in the chat room.
Yo, it almost feels like everybody's frozen to on my side over here.
I think it's just because everyone's quiet.
They're all just stuck in space, like boom.
Right now, maybe not something that you do yourself or have somebody, but what's your kind of your go-to?
Oh, had to mute Mila's mic for a second there. Tony's grease. Dabs up. Maybe hold that pinky up a little bit more while you're doing that. There you go. We need better cameras on Hash Church. I want macro cameras, cameras in cameras, like the way Cuban used to come in. He set the bar, and none of us fucking have since done that. It would be so nice to have like the MPE macro lens set up with a camera inside a camera and be able to show people the quality of the hash or whatever it is that you're, you know, playing with at that time.
That would be epic.
Really good. You're doing really good with your little mat that I saw. They're awesome.
Oh yeah, these little guys.
Yeah, they're really cool. That's yeah. That's
an
what
oil slick product. You can do these too, man.
To reach out to people, to make them understand how rich it is.
Yeah. This is a cool product that Oil Slick's doing, and they're offering it to all sorts of different people if they want to, you know, get their photography or you know, to promote their companies or to just even whatever, get them made as I made a bunch as gifts just to give out to my snowmobiler friends. Nice. Tony's got the trichome one. That's kind of fun. I think that it's a neat idea. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that is even Matt Rise. Did someone send the link to Matt Rise? Is that?
It is him for sure.
Okay. Well, is he gonna say hi? Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
And she's laughing.
That's that boy right there.
That's man. Yeah.
Nice. A jar of hash. Welcome, Matt Rise. How you doing, Matt?
Come on, Mateo.
Hello, everyone.
Thanks on there, man. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Awesome. What's up, Bubble Man? Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, man. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I was a little surprised.
Well, you know, I snuck in the back just to troll a little bit. I want to say happy Valentine's Day to Mila. Thank you for what you do. I use your bags every day. I think about you every day. Anyways, happy
Love you.
Valentine's to all you guys. Just sitting here packaging up hash. It's a Sunday. It's what we do. You know, another day.
So, Matt, what year did you first make hash?
I started making hash in high school, so that was like 1999. And my mom kind of told me about it, and I found her screens in my grandma's garage, and I just started hashing the weed that I smoked. And I can't really smoke weed; it hurts my lungs. So it's always been crucial for me to have good hash.
Dry sift or water hash?
Yeah, it was just dry sift at first. I didn't know about water hash really until like 2004, 2005. That's when I got into the water hash, and it was just little amounts, so it was always easier to do dry sift. And then I finally made it to California, and I started seeing huge bags of trim, and I was like, okay, now we can do this ice water thing, and here we are. And let's see, recent updates in the hash world. We've got retail up to $2.20 a gram now, which I just think the better the hash is, the more it's going to cost. And the real limit on the hash market right now is how expensive it can be. We make grams that cost way more than $200 a gram to make, and we just can't sell them because people get upset. And so now we're coming to a point where we can just tell people, hey, this is what it costs. You know, and we can finally sell.
Why does it cost $200 a gram to make? Is it the raw material expense?
Yeah, we're just doing it by the light, so we're washing indoor, whole flowers, the tops and the smalls. The farmers I work with are getting really high prices on their flowers, like well over $3,000 a pound. So I have to get them that same amount to wash it, or it's a loss. So that drives the price up. It's strain to strain. Right now we're doing this flavor chasing, and the strains we go for are not bred for hash in any way. We're getting like 3% yields in the full melt, and more in the not full melt. But what people really want is hash they can dab. So those. Recently I did some citrus sap, which is a tangy cross. We got about 15 grams of really good melt per pound of nugs. It's just, it adds up quick, and we're at a place where people are starting to understand this, and I can actually drop hash that's the same quality of what I smoke, which I haven't done in a long time. I've been keeping the best hash pretty much for the last 6-7 years, and now I can actually drop my head stash, and it's really cool to see pictures of it, other people enjoying it, and just it being appreciated for the expensive, hard to make, hard to grow product that we're doing, Especially all these tangy crosses that we're working right now, they're just brutal. And it just is what it is. We're trying to make a full melt that tastes like oranges, and that's not how the genetics work out. The more orangey it tastes, the less it melts. So it's just, we're chasing flavor, we're chasing full melt dabbable water hash. Anything else is going to get rotten.
I don't know what to say about $200 a gram. I think that's an artifact of the illegality, growing it under lights, and prohibition. In the future,
well, that's a big part of it. And we can't do any of this without breaking a bunch of laws. That's just how it is. You can't drive a car full of fresh frozen material that weighs 40 pounds. There's all these little things about it like that. And transporting it itself is not easy. When I'm getting fresh frozen driven from hours away, it takes a lot of pre-planning and freezing and dry ice. And then someone's got to make the drive, It's just, we got 2018 coming, and I think that things are going to change. We're going to be able to do this. We're going to have permits and licenses and invoices and all that, taxes, all that good stuff.
So who sent you the Hash Church link today, Matt?
That's an anonymous tip. Sorry.
Well, no, because I send it out to every person, so it's like someone I sent it to you, and I'm just wondering who that is.
I actually asked a friend for the link because people just been asking me to come on again and again and again. And I went to the farmer's market early.
You want it all. I mean, you have definitely spiced up the chat room. People are going off, dude. Like, they're saying all sorts of crazy shit right now in there. I don't know what to quite say about it, but
it wasn't me, man.
No.
I love you, Cuban.
Nah, hey, man.
People can talk. It's okay.
Well,
they
hey,
love
the
to talk
reason,
about.
the reason I don't mind that you came in is that you know, you are a name that is synonymous in the world of hash making. Whether people like, you know, there's a conversation online going of, well, oh, Matt this and Matt that, and it's like, no, Matt gets hate because he tells the truth or whatever. And I'm like, well, you know, I remember personally Matt being a little bit mean, and that's why I had a problem with it.
I earn quite a bit of hate. I've been in this industry publicly for probably 7 years now. I've made fun of half the people who are still in the industry at some point 5 years ago. I don't even remember. Me and you went back and forth. It is what it is, you know. I came in this industry and I changed up the way people think about making hash, and you can't do that without stepping on toes and hurting feelings. And then the separate part of that is business, you know. People who compete with me don't like me. I don't want to brag, or it is what it is, you know?
Well, Hash Church isn't as much about the business aspect of the hash, and that's why, you know, like, we're able to come in and have these gatherings with this panel of people and just talk about different things in the hash making world that we agree about and disagree about without really, like, having to choose, you know, camps. I think that the prohibitionists always loved that we would fight with ourselves and that we would separate ourselves and then thus be less powerful because we weren't connected in any way. And that's sort of why what I did with my YouTube channel, rather than focus on my own traction that I was building through this Bubbleman thing, I thought, what could be much better and you know, really more useful to the community, and what's more useful than being able to invite a bunch of incredible people from the community, love them or hate them, they all have their different opinions and they all have their experiences, and it's sort of become what this experience is. And don't get me wrong, people still talk a ton of shit about Hash Church, and that's all right. They're entitled to their opinion.
People love to hate. People love to hate. It is what it is.
People do love to hate.
I came out here. They asked me to squash my beef with you, and I want people to know that I don't have beef with Bubbleman. I use Bubbleman's wash bags. I've been giving you direct feedback on your product for 5 or 6 years now. You changed the design of the wash bag a little bit, and I really appreciate that. I mean, this is what I do for a living. I use Mila's drain bags. I use your wash bags. I use the Bubble Now machine. Like that. It's just you know, everyone asks what I do and who I'm for and who I'm against. And if you make hash professionally or amateurish, I'm for you, because I just love people to make hash. It's what I've enjoyed for a long time. Half my life I've been growing and making hash.
And the bottom line
is, dry sift or water hash better? If it's
sorry, I offend you for being here, Todd McCormick. I don't know you, bro. Whatever. I like both. I started out making dry sift really slowly, just from the trim I had from my buds. Then as I stepped up in the weed game, from pounds and QPs, and started growing, and I sort of hash all my own stuff. Now I mostly smoke bubble hash, water hash, whatever you want to call it. That's only because I don't have Cuban's hash, and I can't afford to buy at the store. It is what it is, you know? We can't all afford the stuff we make.
Isn't Cuban's cheaper than yours?
I'd say Cuban and I are pretty much at the same level. Our best stuff goes for about the same.
I don't even sell hash no more, G. I don't make no drops. That's fuck $200 a gram. I don't like that shit. I ain't about all that price hype, dog. Everybody that saw me at the cup, it's $100 a gram all day, every day, forever from me. And my shit is indoor, always. You know what I mean? And I'm not running 3% strains, you know? 80 to 100.
What Cuban does, I wouldn't do it for myself.
Yeah.
Dry sieve, you ice water. There is a huge difference in the technique, my friend.
Yeah, and you can sell all the $200 grams all you want, bro. That's all you.
I mean, the wholesale price and the retail price is obviously not the same.
I don't. Yeah, wholesale price is the peak price, and I only sell hash at cups, bro. I don't make drops.
But yeah, they're who asked?
I took
really
a stand
like
against that shit. I took a stand against it, though. You know, I didn't let the shops keep pouring me out, bro. I ain't with that shit. $100 a gram, every day, forever. If the shops want it, I'll sell it for 80. They can sell it for 100. If not, fuck that. That's the truth.
Well, you know,
we're not on the same field. You know? Nah,
I don't
you want to smoke my
what to
hash? You can buy it $100 a gram. You ain't gonna buy it from me though. I'll give it to somebody else to meet up with you, dog. But I ain't with.
All right, I'm going to bring this back around here. I'm going to take control of this, sort of the reins, and bring it back to a little more of a chill vibe here in Hash Church. I mean, hey, if Mila and I can sit back and share stories with smiles, you guys can too.
Well, I just want to say is it brings me back to my first point. Everyone's a professional and obsessed and in love with resin. That's why we're all on this today.
Yes. Yes. And all the people on the panel, there's no denying all the people on the panel make great product. You know, I've seen and photographed most everyone's hash on the panel, and the camera doesn't lie, in my opinion. I know that it's always important to taste and whatnot, but when I get my macro lens out on some really cleanly well-made hash and I see those heads, I just have an utter and instant appreciation for how special it all is. You know, when I photographed your hash in Jamaica, Cuban, it was I was so happy with how it turned out, and I wished I would have photographed it more. I really only took like maybe 10 or 11 shots of that hash total.
Hey, my bad for getting hot on video, man. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to. I tried to stay cool. But, yeah.
Thank you for the pictures.
Thank you for the pictures. You know?
They're very pretty.
Yeah, my lady really appreciates it. And
I just wanted to say that as the guy who sort of started the dry sifting fad in the West, that your hash is the first I've seen which really I think might match mine, or maybe whatever. It's close. We got to get together sometime.
Or maybe whatever. That's all he's going to give you, Cuban.
Oh, boy, you just had Valentine's Day.
It's damn clean.
I think he just said, make me better.
I'll be your Valentine's Day, bro. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, you know what? I'm pretty sure that I don't even want to say it's on the same level, bro. You've been doing it for so long. You inspired me to start making dry sift based on the pics that Mark took.
Really?
And a lot of information that was on, you know, old posts that I searched and doing my own work and stuff, you know. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be doing it.
But you got to have a good clone or something that you're using to make it with. You got to have technique up the wazoo and care about cleanliness, because cleanliness is next to stoneliness.
Yeah, it's my haze, bro, that really, when I started getting into hash, the thing is I used to spend a lot of money on hash, right? But I wouldn't be able to get a lot of super melty hash. It was hard to buy, and it still is. There wasn't a lot of hash producers. So what I realized, man, my first washes is that just about 80% of the varieties I had in my garden didn't melt besides my haze. My haze had that dry, sandy resin, melted really easy, and it put out huge heads. And I had so much keef of it, and everybody had information. There's like the technique with the screens to kind of break material up and get heads at a certain purity, but there was no information on refining keef. You know, and I just started playing with it until I figured it out. It was real nice though once I did.
No information about refining keef? Not even
What do you mean? Hey, you know what? A lot of people came up to me at Hash Church, and at High Times, and I want to say that it was nice, all the love I received, bro. There's a lot of Hash Church faithfuls on that watch it every week. But one big comment I got a lot was, hey, bro, I'm glad that when D420 asked how it is that you clean up your dry sift, that you just laid it all out. And I was like, yeah, you know, I kind of did. And they're like, yeah, man, the real ones, man, we bookmarked that episode. So maybe somebody will put it on the comments. Maybe it'll get, you know, shortcut it or whatever. But I've said a lot on the Cuban Tech. People just got to listen, man.
Wow, Matt Rise is still the main source of the conversation that's going on right now in the chat room. That was pretty intense. I do ask that when you know, today I gave Nikka T permission to send the link to Mila, of course, but I don't really give permission to send the link out to just anyone. It's very specific when we give you the links for Hash Church. It's definitely a respectful thing to not share that link with anyone that's not invited. And not saying that I didn't want to have Matt come in. It was just a little bit intense and a little bit sort of off-putting for a second there. So glad we kind of made it through. But yeah, don't be passing out the. Matt's always welcome to contact me if he wants to come and Hash Church. It's not like we're super controlling with the link. We just, you know, it's good to have a conversation with me, the person that puts it on. I think it's the best way to get the link to Hash Church rather than private message someone that's on the panel and sort of put them in that situation where they have to decide whether they want to send that link and undermine the Hash Church rules, or if they're going to be like undermine their friendship with him. So sorry if you got put in that position, whoever you are, but let's continue on. We still have a good 40 minutes to talk about the wonderful resin that we oh so love, the glandular trichome head, where it all goes down. Is that what you're saying? That all of the cannabinoids are biosynthesized inside the glandular head?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Let's
Nice.
enjoy.
Well, it was a lot of fun today talking about Scialdone, and I'm really glad that we spent some time and focused on one of our true loves.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's been an incredible group of panelists to come on and share their stories, and I think that we've got a little bit left in us for sure. It's a wonderful thing, you know. I always look forward to our Sunday Hash Churches. This one I really looked forward to. I wanted to give a voice to as many different people as possible in the hash making community, and I appreciate all of your perspectives, and most importantly, I appreciate all of your positions in all of this. So whether you're acknowledged or not acknowledged, I'm saying I acknowledge each and every one of you for what you've done to move this movement forward from where we were, you know, in the last 40 years, maybe longer. Mila, 52 years. SKunkman Sam, 48 or 49 or 50 years. Definitely some people have been at this a long time. And then new people who are being inspired by those very same people have been at it for a short time. But that's how it works. That's how it goes. And that's how, if you can connect with those people and pass that information on, it'll just be this beautiful thing of passing on all this knowledge and information that we're, instead of, you know, holding on to it, pass it on, just let it go to the next group. So I appreciate everyone for doing your thing and following your passion. It reminds me of the hashish eaters in Cairo getting their teeth wrenched out in the main square because they were still supporting hashish, and even still after that, still supporting hashish. They can jail us, they can try to destroy our families, they can take away our freedom, and they can literally put us up against the wall and take everything from us, but they can never take our love away for this plant and this resin. So stoked on that.
It was a good time. Well, we hope you guys have a good day. We're going to go back off to the business conference and interact with humans.
Excellent. Well, you just interacted with 1,100 humans, and each and every one of them, thank you guys for coming on. Thanks, Frenchie, for sharing your knowledge and your wisdom.
It's so cool to be with you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming on, Frankie, taking time out. I appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Todd, enjoy the
we'll see you
day.
soon.
Yep. Thank you,
Much
sir.
love.
It's nice to have Aryan on as well, given his perspective. You got to, appreciate those strain hunter videos. I definitely am deeply moved and inspired by the level of quality that they put into those experiences, and it's just pretty cool.
Lovely movies there, really nice ones. Yeah.
Lovely movies. I think those ones will stand the test of time, personally. Oh, someone's got terps. Someone's doing a terp dip.
We should all do a terp dip.
Have you had the pure terpenes yet, Mila?
Sorry?
Have you had the pure terpenes, the extracted terpenes from cannabis yet?
Yes, I did. I did. I tried some when I was in the States last time.
Oh, very nice. Yes, they're quite enjoyable. These guys are holding up their jars. They're terpene pimps, apparently.
Also very happy with the rosin that's getting made there nowadays.
Yes, that's definitely one of the most exciting things that's happened in the last couple of years. A lot of people fighting on the internet about who did it first and this, that, and the other thing. But, you know, Soil Grown definitely pressed flowers and did that through Instagram. And he started a movement that might have been a burning ember for many years, decades, a century, I don't know. But, wow, that guy sure sparked the fire. The flame got going under the Soil Grown.
Yeah.
And now everyone's doing it.
It's so easy though. It was
nice color.
And
nice one, nice one.
Changed the game for a lot of people, even for me. Now I'm squishing all of my hash, right? So, but I mean, for me, hash is what changed. It changed everything for me. I think everybody on this panel, it changed them as soon as when they had their first hit or their first toke, and they knew exactly how much it affected them. And that's why our passion is so here. And we hear 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. I was probably 5 years old when somehow I got some kind of cannabinoids in me. But I mean, it's great to see everybody here, and it's the hash that as being such a savior for me, 100%.
It sure beats painkillers.
Oh, you know what? Knowing exactly how much it helped me from before and after the surgery, and how much it truly was a medicine. I mean, I hope you don't have to experience it, but for people who do go through it, they really do understand. I mean, if you get that pain taken away from you and understand how the cannabis truly worked, it's like, bong rip. Darren's not here right now, but I had to come in. Bong rip.
And a question for Sam. When was the first time you made dry sift?
Well, I made dry sift in Morocco in '71, but my own plants was here in the Netherlands, really, and it was in the, I don't know, maybe '86. What we were doing was we were manicuring, and I realized resin was falling off. So instead of doing it on top of plastic tables, we did it on top of screens.
Yeah.
And then we threw away the leaf material or did something else with it, cooked with it. But the resin that came from under manicuring was really pretty darn good. It would melt and bubble. It was quite smokable.
That's how I started also over a screen, and preferably in a cold room. It took a long time to make any kind of quantity.
Yeah, they also used to sell these screens at Positronics. I think they were the first ones to sell them, and they got the sizes from us.
Used to go and get the screen at the art store for.
Yeah, once you knew what sizes, you didn't need Positronics.
Yeah.
So slowly but surely, the information came to the people, and the people did with it as they would. It's as more and more of this information becomes common knowledge to people, I'm sure that we will see some very unique industrial machines designed that can do these processes on a field level.
Once I had dry sift, I really didn't want to smoke cannabis particularly anymore. Because every special thing that cannabis has, the dry sift from the same variety has also, at least in my mind. So but I know a lot of people who like joints, so yeah, I myself prefer dry sift.
For sure. Lots of people love joints. You can never take your joints away from them. Although, when I take all the resin off those joints, they definitely don't enjoy them on the same level.
I enjoy smoking hash too, but you know, the feeling of being able to roll something up and just puff, think, you know, that's kind of a nice thing. I wish I could roll a joint of nothing but dry sift and it actually burned. That would be nice.
It's kind of the same for me anyways. I was gonna say, like, with the rolling of the joint, like we were talking about this actually with Mark maybe a week or two ago, and like the hash now is a different thing. Like it's like rolling a joint, but it's just different. There's still a process, you know. You want to scoop it out, press out a little piece, or press out a big piece, cut it up in your little squares or whatever. It's just a different process. But I know what you mean. I love that process, you know, of sitting down, splitting up a wood or whatever, and you know, just rolling up, and it was awesome. But I don't know, I personally, anyways, I prefer the dabs with the hash, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I get down with both. I'm dabbing now, but I guess even the high is different. Like if you think about it, yeah, you got the ritual of pressing the hash, right, and cutting it into strips and all that. You take a dab, a big one, let's say, and then you just chill, absorb the high, kind of like, you know, get into the mood. But to me, when I'm smoking a blunt, it's like a slow progression of getting high, especially if you roll a nice fat one. I smoke blunts. It could be a joint, whatever you guys get down with. But just being able to sit back and think about what you got to do, even if it's a 30-minute break in your day, I need that in my day, man. Couldn't grow flowers.
I take pretty small dabs myself, so for me it is a lot of like dabs instead of just like one or two big ones. But I feel you with the blunt. I definitely am not a blunt hater. I'll smoke them in the summertime or whatever on a nice day. It's definitely a nice buzz for sure.
I'll tell you, in Jamaica, where it's very deeply entwined in the culture to be a joint smoker, unless you're an elder and you're a much older person, like 70+ years old, you would be maybe still on your chalice or a steam pipe or whatever. But a lot of the youth, for sure, most of the populace that smokes joints, smokes joints. And even when Tony and I are there dabbing them all up, they don't stop smoking joints. They still roll joints and smoke joints just like they would on any other normal day, except they're usually holding their joint, like in their hand. They'll take a puff, and then they'll like go in and have their dab, and then exhale, and then like take another puff on their joint. And it's just, it's quite unique to see. There's definitely like joint smoking in Jamaica is definitely not going away ever.
Well, it's so convenient too.
The secondary gas that is going on, it's like another form of oxygen. Like if you were to breathe oxygen as a human and have a secondary gas that we would breathe, it would be from joints, you know, and that's just always going on. So that's never going to happen. But I would have to say that I think that most people would agree, like a 99% heads, you know, dry sift, a 99% sift that is a full melt is honestly really hard to beat. And it's easy to travel with anywhere you want. But I always like a big chunk of full melt, you know, like in a Ziploc bag. If you had to, like if you were talking about survival mode, I think I would be more with a chunk of nice big chunk of full melt. Like you can just go anywhere and tear it off. And pipe with screen.
It's the best way to fly too. If you have a big ball of hash, it's a really good way to fly it. They don't even know what it is. It looks like a piece of dirt.
You just put it on the side of your
dude.
Nobody wants to ask you about that.
What is this?
Never mind that. Don't touch it.
Mole.
Big mole, 3 gram.
My goodness. Well, I passed the link to Jen Doe today, but she never made it. I guess she's a little bit busy today. She was another hash maker.
She sent her link on over to Matt Rise, didn't you know?
Oh.
Don't go spreading rumors. She charged for it.
Paid $200.
She got a pretty
$200 gram. She got one
$200 gram.
One $200 gram. You guys are characters.
Oh,
man, Valentine's Day. Everyone's got some good plans. Smoke a lot of great happy. That's what you do on Valentine's Day.
I'm making a medicated Italian dish from scratch.
Nice.
My dad's birthday. Happy birthday, Dad. First guy to ever show me some hash. And definitely be taking him out for some dinner together.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Anybody else whose birthday it is today, I guess?
Oh, hey, there I am. Hey, welcome, Etienne.
Hello.
Sorry, welcome, Etienne.
Hey, Etienne. Aloha from Maui, everyone.
Oh, Maui? Damn. Damn.
Killing the game, bro.
It's like 8 at night and snowing in Amsterdam. How did that make you feel, Mila?
Well, it looks good in Maui, that's for sure.
Holy, did it ever look good?
Yes.
I think it was minus 30 here yesterday all day in Toronto. It was awful.
Minus 30?
Yeah, in the city. It was cold. Yeah, there was not a lot of walking around outside.
Jesus.
It was not fun coming from plus 10.
I don't like that. That's the one bummer about going to Jamaica from Vancouver. You kind of have to go to Toronto, and it's so cold. I usually stay at the airport at the hotel, and I don't even go into Toronto. I just invite my friends to the hotel, have a sesh, fly off.
Easy. Done and easy.
Are you smoking that Maui Wowie?
I've never really been able to get Maui Wowie. I've been coming here for 15 years, and everybody is growing stuff they've gotten from other parts. But no, I brought my own with me, and I even have some. I even have bubble. Cause yeah, I have some. It's not as sexy as everybody else's, but it's definitely getting me by while I'm here. But yeah, everybody here is. I mean, you can't really do much. Maybe with the new laws it'll change. But it's kind of always on the island. Everybody who does anything, they just kick in their door, steal their weed, and then they don't charge them. They just harass them. And as you know, it's very expensive. Everything on the island is expensive. I think it's like $10 or $12 a gallon for just milk. Okay, so you can just imagine your lights, hydroponic equipment, et cetera, et cetera. So everybody just grows quiet little 1 or 2 grows and plants, and it's very.
I know Hawaii pretty well. I've got friends with farms in Kauai.
I wish I really. I mean, the only time I've tried Maui is stateside, over at BPG, and I wish I knew what that phenotype was. But as far as I know, it's been wiped off the islands due to eradication, and everybody that I know of is growing just various other genetics. Hi, Mila.
That certainly could be true.
But a lot of people do have bubble hash and things like that because it's easier to process and easier to travel with. It definitely. It's one of those things that it's made it a lot easier for people as they travel around the world. I've been able to find bubble hash in many different countries, and even here on the island, I've found water hash in the past. So thank you all. I mean, this has been a wonderful show and panel of you're all heroes, from going back, many, many years. Generations, and what you've done is now look at the generations of these kids. You've got 1,000 people watching you right now, and the replays going throughout, the education that this platform has given the connoisseurs. I'm happy that it shines a light on you, Skunkman, on you, Mila, on all the various people here, Bubbleman, Cuban, all these makers that have really led the way, have really stepped it up for everyone across the board, because we as the society have benefited from your passion, your diehard craziness for this cannabis, to not be satisfied with just smoking just this flower that, no, we're going to make this stuff out of it. No, this isn't good enough. We can make it even better. And then you've got envelope now of what is possible. So it's just really an exciting time, because what's coming next? We got rosin, we've got, now with legalization, these other companies coming in, as much as we hate it, I really think we're going to just continue to see better, more amazing products, because we've been doing this as we say, bathtub gin. And there's nothing wrong with that. We've done amazing things in the back doors that we've been able to do it. But as we come out of the darkness and into the light, and as we come into these regulated worlds, it's become a challenge to every single one of us, from me, from the retail end, and telling people, no, I know it worked for last week, but we tested it this week and it doesn't pass, so I'm sorry, I can't buy it. All these levels of things we've done has changed the dynamic quite considerably, that we have testing nowadays, that we have an understanding of what this hash is, what's inside of it, what to expect, what flavor profiles. And now Tony is turning, you know, that completely on its head right now. And so these kids that are watching Tony and the Bizarre Brothers and Bubbleman are creating new things that are coming down the pipe that we don't even know yet. This is what we know now. So 5-10 years from now, what will we be smoking? What will we be ingesting? How will it be processed? The doors, I still think, wide open. I think we've only, because it's been these, you know, thanks to, you know, Sam, your screening techniques, which led to people going to water techniques, which led people to other techniques, to where we have how many different types of hash now available to us across the board, from rosin, bubble, butane extracted, straight just sifting itself. I mean, it's quite an amazing diversity, as well as it takes a lot of cannabis to make those concentrates. So, I mean, more than anything, it's the grower that we all owe the greatest debt to, because if it wasn't for them, you couldn't get the glands, could you, Mila? You know.
True.
You've also dealt with material that won't give you glands, correct? There's quite a few genetics that won't actually produce glands at times, correct?
Or extremely poor yielders.
It depends on the material you get, but genetically you should get some glands. But they don't always bubble is also true. For sure, if it bubbles, you're pretty guaranteed it's a good thing. But I must say I've had an occasional one that didn't bubble. That was also quite amazing.
If you were left on a deserted island with only one genetic, what genetic would that be?
Oh, I'd have to think a long time about that one, because actually whichever one I'm smoking is the one I'm liking at this time, at this moment. And for sure there have been some memorable ones, but I'm happy with whatever I got.
But nothing in the history. You're the grandmother of hashish, you're our godmother. Nothing stands out. If there was one time and one essence at one thing at any time that really struck your fancy that you could replicate?
Yeah, at different times it's also been different things that I've really liked. Sometimes it's been a Kush or an Amnesia, and nowadays there's so many new strains that here in Europe you don't really get to taste all of them. But then when I go to the States, there's a whole field of new strains and crosses and everything.
Is there a micron screen? If you only had one choice of micron screen, Mila, what would that be?
Probably the 90 or the 70. 90 or the 70, because I do believe the bigger glands contain more oils and less of the cellulose that surrounds all the glands. For sure, once it's gone through a whole set of screens, the end product is going to be more pure. I still prefer the 70 or the 90 screens.
How do you feel about mixed micron?
About?
How do you feel about the mixed micron, like when you have a 45, a 73, a 90, and possibly a 120, if it's all melty? That's definitely something that I enjoy the most, I would say.
If they all melt, then they're all good.
For sure.
Brett is in agreement.
most definitely, from what we've seen, in my opinion, anything that doesn't melt the greatest doesn't usually taste the best for me or isn't the most enjoyable experience in terms of potency for me, myself. But to each his own. I mean, if you like smoking it or even vaping at 3-star, I mean, it is what it is. But personally, I like to thin it if it's anything under a 5-star. Just because the potency goes up, the taste gets better, you lose that that planty burning taste at the end of your hit. It's just a more experience, especially dipping in herbs now. So I'm not necessarily trying to have it.
Dip in terps.
Yeah, definitely. Big shout out to the guys doing those terpenes out there. Blue River, Tony, the Bizarre Brothers now are doing with the Bubbleman brand too. Like, this stuff's all crazy, man, that this is all happening. Like, you go from smoking flowers, like at least I did anyways, like, just over 3 years ago I started dabbing, and it's like I never would have thought that this would be, what it is today anyways. So to all the guys that are innovating out there, you've definitely inspired us to do what we're doing.
And thank you guys for for getting ideas and things like rosin and things out to the market, to the patient, so that they can see it, they can experience it, they can not just see and hear about it, they can actually access it, because not everybody can make this stuff, as we know, and not everybody can grow this stuff. So huge shout out to the manufacturers making it easier for the patients, but also making it accessible more than everything.
I gotta know what's in the purple punch. Because it's like, come on, the guys got you here. So what's in the purple punch? Because it was an amazing terpene profile. It was something that stood out. So gotta know, guys, what's in the purple punch, because it sure helped me. It's one thing that out of 15 terpenes that went underneath my nose, it was something that stood out. So.
Yo, so that purple punch that you tried the terps of, right? That was grown by the village in Cali, but that cut was originally selected by Garage Grow in Washington. It's bred by a guy called Supernova. And I think it's a GDP and Larry OG cross. But it definitely has an awesome terp and beautiful 10 out of 10 looking flowers. The dude that found that cut, he had placed first in the Secret Cup like 2 years ago with the purple punch. But yeah, man, it's tight. Those are some of my favorite terpenes too that I got at the Emerald Cup.
It's got a great profile, beautiful nose.
Yeah, like the genetics, whatever it is, it was something that I liked it. So,
It
what
turned
makes
yellow
it
from
purple? Is it like a lavender purple, or is it?
It's definitely got a lavender to it. There's no doubt about that. I'm going to dip in it right now.
The cherry AK-47 was probably the strongest one for me anyways, as far as effect goes. That one was crazy.
But I pay attention to how these terpenes are modulating my pain and stuff like that. So a lot of these different terpenes, certain will come away from my nose and just post right out of surgery that day. It was easy to see how things were helping me. So it really pays attention to how these terpenes and the new medicine that's going to be coming forward, of how these terpenes are modulating the THC and how it's helping us. So I can feel it. I've noticed it over time, working with Paul, Dr. Hornby over the years, and just seeing the different profiles and seeing how things help. And the terpenes are the most important role that I'm seeing for me, as in the certain strains just don't for me, and it's because they got no terpene profile to it. And even though on paper it shows it should, but yet the terpenes aren't there, and that's probably the reasons why I'm not getting the effects that I'm looking for. Like I am from, dipping into terpenes now is just a whole new other ballgame when it comes to helping with certain conditions, in my opinion, right now, because of how it helps me.
I just tried the purple punch with Tangy. So purple punch terp dip on Tangy resin.
So I would get on a plane, come visit right now.
I just hit the Hindu with the purple punch. And it was very good.
Do with some, I don't know, a mixed terpene in here.
So the Purple Punch, it's one of those strains that's really keefy. When you look at the flowers, it's like, it looks snowed on, right? The contrast on it, it's really purple, the flower, but you can't even see the purple because it has so much resin on it, right? And this Pure Headies had sifted it for the village. And I think the melt range was between the 86 LPI, which is like a 160, all the way down to the 280. And it melted like a 6-star. That's incredible that even those little heads like that can still contribute so much oil.
It has, and I've looked at it from the terpene extraction side. It's one of those strains that has like lots of little heads with a shitload of little stalks. There's tons and tons and tons of like stalk in the way, but they all have heads on them too. So it's a strain that looks kind of like it's expressing something definitely unique and different in the way that the grid and pattern of those stalks are laid out. And I think it probably presents maybe sometimes a problem for bubble versus dry sift and actual terpenes, you know. But I don't know. I've never done the bubble.
Well, Gold, I watched it for Garage Grower, right? Fresh frozen, and it came out actually pretty tight. But he said that when they washed it dry, it didn't melt almost at all. Like if the stalks were maybe stuck in the bags and they couldn't really get it out, you know. And maybe that's why it did so well with the dry sifting, being that you can manually isolate and separate the head from the stalk and purify it beyond what a bag can do.
I think with strains like that, I found that you're not getting the melt until you beat it up for a certain length of time. Like if you're beating it up like you usually would with your full mature resin heads that come off readily, you know, the first threshing, that's one thing. But when you have these stalks that are stuck to the plant more, the longer they're in the cold water and the more you beat them up, then they're going to come off later on. You'll find in your third wash, you'll find your full melt. It doesn't happen very often, but with strains like that, it definitely does. Banana Kush is another one that does a bunch of stalks and sessels and not a lot of bulbous head.
That carb cap's
Perfect.
Oh, good. Yeah, it gets hot fast, that little one. I have the same one.
That's the Purple
It gets
Punch.
hot fast, man.
Oh, cheers then.
Ding.
And Tony, have you terpene tested the Purple Punch?
Yeah, I think we did, and it was I have that one, but I want to send it to another place because of the 10 that they tested for, it said 75 or something like that %. So the other ones would be like SC would probably have a broader spectrum. But yeah, no, it's to me it reminds me of Trix cereal with the milk, like as if I poured the cereal in a bowl and I put my milk and I was a kid and I was getting ready to eat the cereal and I put it up to my nose and I smelled it, and that's like, and it was the berry Trix. So I remember it's interesting how that particular terpene profile brings back also a memory. So
That's from artificial red number 4 that they made illegal.
Say that again?
Say that again,
It
Sam?
just smells great.
So Sam, you like the Purple Punch too? Then you're saying?
I can't tell because I just took one hit of it. I don't remember the last hit I took of it. So I'll try it for a half a day or so with one resin, and then I can give you an opinion. But yeah, it's interesting, but I never know how it's going to modify the THC, up, down, sideways. You know, that's what's important to me. I mean, taste is really, really important, but what's most important is how does it modify or potentiate the effects of the THC?
How about terpenes also modifying the amount of melt that it has? You're talking about 6-star melt and Tony always likes to bring up the idea of set the 7th star if you add terpenes to it. And I kind of was against it for a long time, but now that I realize that if we have a grading system based upon the melt, in the first place for the full melt, or for I haven't really decided on dry sift being involved with the grading system, but for full melt anyway, the more terpy it is, the more chance you're having of getting a 6 star, an actual like complete melt. So if you add terpenes to it, you know you get potentially bring the grade up.
So really, you're just doing it because, like a girl when she gets artificial boobs.
What? Oh my. SKunkman Sam with the left field zinger.
That's exactly. Wait. No, that's exactly what we're doing here.
Hold on.
Thank you, Tony.
Oh my God, that was pretty darn hilarious.
Yeah, we're back. So wait.
The idea would be if we were the boob implants were not silicone, they were actually pulled from the woman's own butt cheeks and then added to her boobs naturally somehow. That'd be more of what we're dealing with.
I don't know about that.
Not just. Well, we're not. It's yeah.
Naturally somehow.
No, it's exactly like on Weird Science. So no, the here it was a good point though until we got completely sidetracked. Purple punch. Oh man, but yeah, we were talking about
purple.
Anthocyan.
So am I getting seeds or seeds?
Eric makes it purple. AC makes it purple.
AC.
Naturally. Well, I think at 1 o'clock it's time to call today's episode 4 hours of awesomeness. I want to thank the entire panel. Thank SKunkman Sam, and thank Etienne and Johnny B, and Mila, and Tony, and the Bizarre Brothers, Space and Josh, and of course Adam and Brett and Jimmy from West Coast Concentrate, and Cuban Grower in the house. Johnny B, if I didn't already mention you, and anyone that I forgot that was here, Todd McCormick, Arian, Frenchie Cannoli. It was a great panel today. I appreciate everyone coming on. And yeah, let's do it again next week for episode 74. It'll be a little bit different. We'll have a lot of our regular panelists back. And I want to thank you guys all for sharing your time with us. We will, of course, see you next week. So... how do we finish it? We finish it.
Hey, I want to say one thing.
Please do.
I want to say one thing.
Yes.
Because it's important. So, a lot of people don't know this, but what was the year you were born?
1973.
Okay. And what bag are we celebrating?
1973.
Is that the micron size?
The micron is 73. Yes.
So are we doing a 73 box?
Yep. Hold it in. 73-second bong rip.
73 seconds.
Everybody's got a hit for 73 seconds.
You're right.
We're gonna end this with a 73-second bong rip.
I like it.
Oh,
I'm going around the block. I'm going cheese.
Chickens, Tony? Is that the name of the game?
Round the block, bro.
Oh, you're doing like a gauntlet.
Wait a minute. I can't do this. A 73-second bong rip? Can't I just do 73 bong rips?
Yeah, you could do either or. You can do 73 bong rips or hold it for 73 seconds.
Sam, just put 73 granules in.
Oh, that was cool. You need to do the 73 individual bong rip.
I'm doing 73 gland heads. That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh, okay, go for it, man.
I'll try to hold it for 73.
Love you all.
Definitely something.
Cheers on the purple Hindu. About to down 3 different flavors of 70.
73 seconds, or 73 bong rips in a row, or 73 heads, or 73 milligrams. Whatever you got to do, it's got to be 73.
I got 73 going on. 73 terps.
You can smoke 73 terps, or smoke out of a $77,300 rig, or a 73K.
All right, we're going to start.
And we're not raising the Vatican. We're blowing toward you, Bubbleman. Happy 73.
73 seconds.
All right, let's do this. Start.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks to the 73 from the West Coast, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, cheers, man. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, thanks just for having us all. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Mark. Thank you, Etienne.
Thanks, everybody. You guys are awesome.
I lasted 43 seconds. I couldn't hold it any longer.
I did.
Woo! Thank you, guys. That was a good way to end it, Tony. Good call. Good job, everybody.